Welcome to Hartford, Wisconsin, where we're just 48 hours and 38 nautical miles from the world's largest aviation celebration. Hartford, legendary in its own right, it's tail-dragger paradise in the middle of the Wisconsin corn and home to the torchbearers that keep the iconic Piper Cubs community together and in the sky. Seemingly immune to the sands of time, this airport and its squadron of J3 Cubs stand testament to aviation history and all those that have dared to dream and cast their gaze skyward. Let's take a look at the airfield. Hartford Municipal Airport, that's Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot, sits at 1,070 feet above sea level and is home to 2 runways. Our race course on runway 1836 is 2,231 feet of turf in excellent condition. It's the perfect place for National STOL to come and play. But don't let that welcoming grass fool you. With more rookies attending this competition than any other event in the circuit, Sodbusters has a history of noseovers and heartbreak. Some absolute legends of bush flying and STOL aviation flying into Hartford today, and with that, some heated competition. In the touring class, reigning champion Brandon Korn continues to fight off the advance from John McCardle in the season standings. In backcountry, it's Jeff Pohl's return to the circuit in Dirty Bird versus Jerry Clemens' reversible pitch propeller and Scott Sweet's Scout. Adventure classes Brian Steck and Colin Kaniva will be using their legend aircraft MOACs to halt the relentless gallop of Jeff Daly's Badlands Traveler Warhorse. Sport class is thick with competitors this weekend. Pat McIntyre and Joel Milloway's Rans S7s aim to survive the horde of Kit Foxes and Carbon Cubs looking to knock them off the podium. And lastly, the Unlimited class. Steve Henry and Yeehaw 8 continue their return to National STOL to fight back the frigid assault from the north by Canadians Dan Reynolds and Jason Boussat. It's time for engine start here in Hartford, Wisconsin. The line is painted, the pattern is clear, we're cleared for takeoff, and it's time for National STOL's Sodbusters 2024. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? My name's Ryan Dabrowski, and welcome to Sodbusters 2024 here in Hartford, Wisconsin. We're gearing up to have an excellent day of racing, and I'm joined by the wonderful and amazing bush pilot, YouTuber, Corey Robin. How you doing, Corey?
I am doing so good. The weather is amazing here in Wisconsin, and that bodes well for the entire week. But let's talk about today and what the conditions are going to prove to be. Yesterday was kind of a challenge for these pilots, Ryan. What is going to happen today with these shifty winds?
So yesterday, if you joined us in the practice session, you saw that the winds were squirrely, and the pilots, even some of the greats, struggled with it. So we're gearing up for an amazing competition here at Hartford, Sodbusters 2024. We're going to talk a little bit about how this all works for you as we get going. We're going to talk more about the weather. We're going to talk about the classes. Corey and I, if you're new here, actually in the crowd here in Hartford, who's new to STOL? Cheer real loud.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we got some newcomers. Okay.
Right.
Don't worry. Corey and I will teach you all about how this works as the day goes on. Going to be a really, really good day of flying. The weather is proving to be great, and we are, I don't want to say in the shadow. We're the penultimate event. How's that for vocabulary? Before Oshkosh. EAA AirVenture just 39 some odd nautical miles, give or take a nautical mile from where we're at right now. And so the excitement is brewing. And what that means for you here in Hartford and you watching at home is that you've got a lot of the heavy hitters. We've got a really deep and thick sport class. We've got 3 heats of sport class coming to you later this afternoon, adventure class 2 heats, touring class 2 heats, and later today in the Unlimited class, Jason Boussat, Steve Henry, and Dan Reynolds doing their airplane magic. So a lot to look forward to here in Hartford today.
Very exciting time. The sun is out. The wind is beautiful. It's light. And we are going to have such a good time today. We can see some of the competitors in the pits getting their aircraft ready, and we're about ready to start the introductions. Let's set the stage, Ryan. Let's talk about what's going to happen. But before we do that, let's all rise for the national anthem.
So, Corey, as the touring class gets ready to go, and folks in the crowd to your right, you can see those big airplanes starting to taxi out. For the newcomers, we want to teach you a little bit about how that works. And one of our field reporters, Reese Dockhand, pulled together a little video package that'll explain how National STOL works and how where we measure from and all the technicalities. Erickson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear: tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
So we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin. That's just a little bit of a primer on how STOL works. One way to talk about it is it's a spot landing competition. If you've ever done one of those at your home airport, it's that turned up to 11. It's got that extra little volume knob. We're going to have a lot of fun today, folks. If you have questions, hop into the chat. So go to nationalstol.com. Find us on YouTube or Facebook also, and you can actually hop into a chat and talk to Corey and I through the magic of the internet, and you can ask us any questions. We'll try to clear it up for you. The other thing you can do as you watch today, nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote. Hop on your phone and vote for your favorite pilot. Now, I can't vote for Corey because he's here in the booth with me, but you'd get my vote, buddy. But we've got all these greats of STOL Aviation. Get in there and vote for them all day. I'll be reminding you to do that. The pilot that gets the most votes gets a prize.
Wins a great prize, and I'm seeing some of my favorite pilots taxi out onto the line right now. This first heat is going to be intense. We've got right now Sam Lavery in his big, beautiful 206 taxiing in front of you right now. NationalStol.com vote. He'd appreciate your vote. We've also got another really amazing Cessna 185, that white, maroon, and silver airplane piloted by Kurt Leaders, and also Warren Grobelaar from Florida in that beautiful polished aluminum, or if you're in Europe, aluminium.
Aluminium. Corey, let's look at the full lineup for touring class right now. We've got Sam Lavery, who you mentioned, just taxiing by in the 206. Kurt Leaders is going to be with us in a 1965 Cessna 185. Warren Grobelaar, kind of excited to see him back on the national circuit today in that 1955 Cessna 180. Brandon Korn in Black Betty, Cessna 205. She's a beaut. It's going to be fun to watch. He really knows how to hang it all out in that thing. Luke Strandlin in the 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, and John McCardle in the 1978 Mall M5, all the way from Omaha, Nebraska. And then wrapping out the touring class, something that was exciting to see yesterday in practice, Kyle Bushman in his 2024 Backcountry Super Cub, a.k.a. the Boss.
This is an amazingly diverse crew in the touring class. So excited to see it. And yesterday the numbers were really, really close. So we're going to see some really intense competition. Let's go back to Kyle Bushman's aircraft. That's not a normal Super Cub. That thing's got 4 seats in there. I think I saw 5 or 6 people in it yesterday just kind of poking their heads in and looking around. It's a monster of an airplane. But let's not forget one of my favorite pilots, Brandon Korn in the 205, one of my favorite airplanes. I can't believe it. I was practicing earlier today in my own airplane, just flying around having a great time. He was taking off and landing shorter than me, and I'm in a Carbon Cub. It was absolutely amazing.
Let's get this first heat introduced. Everyone from Lorton, Virginia, in the 1979 Cessna 206. In race number 734, it's Sam Lavery.
I love seeing these traditionally non-STOL airplanes come out and play. It just goes to show you that you can fly just about anything at National STOL. These are certified aircraft. This one in particular, it's got the nose wheel. He does have it modified with some beautiful big tires on there. Really excited to see Samuel work it out today.
Next up, in race number 7 from Clear Lake, Minnesota, in a 1965 Cessna 185 Skywagon, Kurt Leaders.
Cessna Skywagon is a staple in the backcountry. You see these all over the place, everywhere from Alaska to the mountains of Idaho. Such a capable aircraft. I'm excited to see it. Now, Kurt is an aircraft mechanic. He has over 4,500 flight hours. Really excited to see him go up against these competitors today in that beautiful aircraft. Race number 7.
And all the way here from Florida, in race number 46 in the Cessna 180, it's Warren Grobelar.
Warren is quite a character. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, he's just so passionate, and he loves aviation so much. Beautiful airplane. I'm sure it takes a lot to maintain that polished aluminum. Absolutely fantastic, and one of our finest competitors, really competitive. He's not a seasoned pilot by any stretch. He's only been flying for, the last 7 or 8 years. But he is fantastic on the stick. Really good things ahead for him. I'm excited to see this heat. Let's get started. That's Warren Grobelar in the polished Cessna 180.
Really exciting to see Warren Grobelar return to National STOL. This is his first appearance of the season, and I'm really excited to watch him fly. And yeah, you mentioned the polished finish on that aircraft. A few years ago at Sun and Fun, he started threatening kids with a $5 touch fee if they put some fingerprints on it because he was having a hard time keeping up. We want to mention another kind of cool thing. If you're in the crowd or if you are in Hartford, Wisconsin, you can actually listen to, I don't know at what range, but you can listen to Sodbusters on FM radio 85.3. That's kind of cool.
That's
I guess
very
we're radio
cool.
hosts today.
We're
too.
simulcasting.
Yeah, there we go. So that's really cool. That's 85.3 FM. You can listen if you're in the crowd or near the airport here in Hartford, Wisconsin. So this is going to be your alpha heat of touring class. We've got the first 3 aircraft, and then we're going to round it out with the second 3, where you're going to see Brandon Korn, Luke Strandlin, and John McCardle. In the season standings, we've got a battle happening between Brandon Korn and John McCardle, so that's something to watch. In terms of Sodbusters, Warren Grobelar, if you're Brandon Korn and John McCardle, you're like, oh, that guy's here.
Yeah, he has been a very tough one to beat in this class. So much fun to watch. I cannot wait. I'm drooling.
He literally is, folks. So we've got a green flag from race control. And that means that Sam Lavery is going to be the first up to the line in just a second. Hi to Kimmy Canoe and Social saying, welcome to Hartford. We're great. We're so great. We're so great to be here. We're glad to be here.
I'm feeling pretty great.
I'm feeling pretty great. Okay, so Sam Lavery, let's talk about him for a second as he taxis up to the line. You got our chief line judge, Lexi Duncan, pulling him up to the line right now. Made his first appearance at Appalachian Mountain STOL.
And quite an appearance it was.
Yeah.
Very competitive. Just came out of nowhere. Not really out of nowhere. He's been flying for quite some time, but this is a fantastic competitor in a traditionally non-STOL airplane. This is what you see just about everywhere in America and all over the world, the traditional Cessna aircraft. Now watch, ladies and gentlemen, this is, if you haven't seen STOL before, you're in for quite a treat.
It's a big airplane that's going to do little airplane things for you in just a second. He's got that throttle spooled up. Got the wind on the nose, which we appreciate after practice yesterday.
Yeah, the conditions are perfect right now. Nice cool temperatures. That's going to be good for those engines. We're obviously at low altitude here in Hartford, so we're not really going to have a challenge as far as the conditions, at least in this first heat. It looks fantastic.
So if you're new to STOL, one thing that STOL pilots absolutely love is wind on the nose of their aircraft. And you can look at our sponsor flags that are right in front of you, and they're a great tell for the pilots and for you in the crowd to see what the wind is doing. And if they're headed the way they're headed right now, the wind's coming down the runway, which is going to help the pilots take off shorter. Every knot of wind over those wings helps shorten that takeoff distance. Yesterday, like Corey hinted, we had flags going one direction at one end of the runway and a totally different direction at the other, and it was definitely a challenging situation. We even had Steve Henry scratching pretty routinely during practice. So
it was really challenging. And one thing I can point out, Ryan, is you're mentioning the flags. If you're looking at one end of the flags to the other end of the flags, if you see those flags pointing different directions, that is an indicator that the winds are starting to swirl around. And that's what it was doing yesterday during the practice heats. It was swirling around and really causing approach challenges and flare challenges. Not anything dangerous or anything by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely challenging. Now watch as our first competitor takes to the skies.
Sam Lavery getting it going. Pull that tail down into the
Oh,
dirt.
wow. A really good start to the day. That was about a 300-foot takeoff roll. Really good for a Cessna 206. One thing to watch out for if you're new to the sport is watch the horizontal surface near the back of the aircraft. That's the elevator. That's the pitch control. You'll watch these guys work really hard on that control surface. You'll see it go up and down. Here's Kurt Leaders in number 7 on the takeoff roll.
He's going to put that tail up and yank it down, and well timed on the aircraft departed the ground exactly when we wanted it to. If they pull a little early, the aircraft goes, oh, I'm not ready to fly yet. And if they pull late, well, they just gave up some feet. So
absolutely, and that was perfect timing by Kurt Leaders. He's definitely got that aircraft dialed in. Now let's watch. Now 3 diversely different aircraft. Now this is a Cessna 180, slightly different than the one we just saw take off. Warren Groblar. Oh yeah.
So a little early on the pull for Warren Groblar, and I was surprised because he is known for being very aggressive on the controls while he's taking off, and we saw something maybe a little more subdued, but that might be a tactic, right? He's coming back to the season, coming back to the circuit. You want to get what we would call a safe takeoff in the books where you got something respectable numbers-wise before you start to really push it with the aircraft.
Yeah, and Warren did not have an opportunity to participate in the practice session yesterday because he flew all the way from Florida yesterday. As we were playing around flying STOL, he was traveling cross-country. So here we go, our first approach of the day. If you look to your right, here comes Sam Lavery in that beautiful white and brown 206. Now, here's the objective. He's got to get it past that line and then stopped as short as possible. This is the challenge of STOL. Little hot, Ryan.
Little hot and a little high, bouncing on those gear. And now he's going to get the wheels completely locked up and just skid to a halt.
Just a testament to the durability of the Cessna Aircraft Company. They build that landing gear nice and tough. He tested it out right there. And you can beat those landing gear up pretty dang good. So much fun to watch. And that is a characteristic of STOL landings. A lot of these landings you'll see are not necessarily what you would call smooth.
I wouldn't say they're passenger comfortable.
No, and that's the point. You want to get that braking action, and the quickest way to get that braking action is to set it down positively. Here's Kurt bringing it down. You'll see him full aft elevator, locking up those brakes. Beautiful landing there for Kurt Leaders.
Felt like he was coming in a little hot, gave up a little bit of distance on the landing, touching down beyond the line like that. He's going to try to dial that in. But again, the biggest thing in these first runs is to make sure that you have a score on the board. If you land on or before that line, the run doesn't count. And as you get further in your runs, the more scratches you have, the more stressed out you might feel as a pilot.
All right, here comes Warren Grobelar in his Cessna 180. He's got it dialed in. He's going much slower than the first two competitors. Let's see what it looks like as he comes over the line. Really good scores for the heavies so far. Everything right in the neighborhood of, between 200 to 300 feet. There you go, Warren.
He's going to get it stopped. Watch him control that tail, modulating the brakes.
Beautiful. Ryan, how do we score STOL? Now that we've had the first round, we've seen a takeoff and a landing from each of the competitors. Let's go over their scores, and let's also tell the crowd about how we keep the score.
So on the takeoff, we're measuring from that line all the way to where the main wheels of the aircraft leave the ground, and we're adding that number to the landing distance, which is the distance from the line to where the main wheels stop. As a review, Sam Lavery took off in 306 feet, which is short in a big airplane like that, and he landed in 376. So his combined score for the first run of Sodbusters 2024 is 682. Kurt Leaders, way shorter on that takeoff distance, 238, and way shorter on the landing distance, 291. Combined score of 529. Warren Grobelar, I don't believe we've even seen him really start to push it. He's at 225 and 241 for a combined score of 466. So as we head into run 2, Warren Grobelar is your touring class leader. I can't say I'm surprised.
Not
he
at
really
all.
knows how to beat up the STOL pattern.
Not at all. And these are three diversely different aircraft. Even though Warren and Kurt's airplane look similar, they're different completely as far as the power plant, the landing gear. This is so exciting to watch, especially this big 206. I mean, this is a big, heavy airplane.
Everything and the kitchen sink in the back of that plane.
Absolutely
if you wanted
amazing.
To. Yeah,
I mean,
huge.
flying a 306-foot takeoff roll for an aircraft that size is absolutely fantastic. Here we go on his second run. This is Sam Lavery.
Waiting for release from the air bosses. By the way, if you see people on top of the broadcast trailer, that's who those guys are. To keep everyone safe, separated in the sky, safe from all the traffic here at Hartford as well. Here's Sam Lavery on the roll. Full throttle, flaps down. Yanking it back.
Wow,
and
perfect pull.
And kept it off. I thought that left main was going to touch the ground. He kept it off.
Great job there from Sam Lavery. Good demonstration of pilot control.
Kurt Leaders now in race number 7. Currently in second place.
We'll see if he brings the tail up. His technique's a little bit different than a lot of, there we go. Nice tail high, perfect pull on that one. Kurt Leaders, nice short takeoff. Somewhere short of 200 feet that time, shaving off probably around 50 feet on that one. Good job.
Sam Lavery's takeoff score is in. He's down to 292 on that takeoff, so an improvement. And I was proud to see him keep that airplane, like I'm his dad or something. I'm proud to see him keep that airplane off. During practice yesterday, he kept settling back down onto the runway surface. So an improvement for Sam Lavery. Here's Warren Grobelar. Tail up. Taking a stronger bite. Still a little early for Warren Grobelar. You can tell when Corey and I say that's because the plane doesn't just leap into the air. Kurt Leaders had that, right? He tail up, tail down. The airplane went right into the sky.
Yeah, what you want to see on that takeoff roll, with the tail draggers especially, is when they rotate, when that tail comes back down, you either want to see it lightly kiss the ground, but not bounce and skip across the ground. If that tail comes down and bounces or skips across the ground, they pulled a little bit too early.
Sam Lavery turning base to final to crowd right and camera left.
Beautiful Wisconsin sky. The conditions are absolutely perfect today. Really excited, and the airport is open. That's why we have the safety officials on top of the booth. They're clearing the airspace. They're keeping things safe for all the pilots. Of course, safety being the primary motivation for everything. So exciting to see us be able to do events like this and do it in a safe manner. And that's what I love about National STOL, is this is the proving ground. A lot of us love to go fly our airplanes into the backcountry, take these things to sandbars, into hillsides, into mountaintops, into pastures. And this is a great, safe environment. If you're new and you want to get started in this kind of thing, come on out to National STOL. Look at that.
Really hanging it out there, but too short. So that's our first scratch of the competition.
You could tell he had that really, what we call in STOL, a high alpha approach, where you've just got everything hanging out, all the drag possible, that high angle of attack, really settling into the pocket, but came in a little bit short.
It's always not a risk from a safety perspective when you're that low to the ground, but a risk from a competitive standpoint. You're betting everything on the exact amount of wind you have and the amount of throttle you're able to apply, how much power you have coming from your engine, because your engine's doing a lot of the work right there, and it's hard to time, especially for newer pilots. Here's Kurt Leaders now over the line. He's good.
Nice job. He had to come up a little bit on the power there. That'll cost him a little bit. The timing is everything. It's almost like an aerial ballet where you're dancing on the rudder pedals, you're working the controls, and all the timing must work out just right to get that perfect landing.
Balancing the forces of thrust, lift, weight, and drag.
Absolutely. And what you want to do is come over that line and cancel that lift as quickly as possible, get on the brakes, and get stopped.
I'm shocked by how beautiful that shot.
I know. If you're online watching live, it is absolutely gorgeous, these shots that we're getting. Here comes Warren. Good looking approach there, just past the line. Nice and short. Oh, he'll be happy with that number.
Very happy with that. And now I get to talk about my favorite thing to talk about with the tail draggers, is that you can touch that tail wheel down before the line. We always get that question in the chat. Is it a scratch if the tail wheel touches before the line? It is not. We only are concerned about those main wheels. You actually, if you can get that, we saw Eddie Sanchez put that tail wheel down and drag it 50-plus feet earlier in this season. So if you can get that to work with your aircraft, it helps you slow down. It's great. Let's take a look at the scores now as we get ready for the third run. We did have a scratch from Sam Lavery on that. Nothing's changed in terms of position. Warren Grobelar still holding first, but remember, we have a whole second heat of touring coming up. He's now down to 449. Kurt Leaders, 484, so a big improvement for him there. And Sam Lavery still holding at 682 with that run not counting due to the scratch.
Absolutely great start to the competition. Love to see the competitiveness. Now, this is the run where this is their last chance to put in a good score. So we're going to see these pilots potentially, especially the ones, and even Warren. I mean, all these pilots are still competing against another round. There are 7 competitors in this class. So these guys have to really get those scores down as low as they possibly can, and this is their third and final chance to do that.
And folks, if you're here in Hartford, they can hear you in the cockpit. Give them a cheer as they get ready to go. Your touring class Alpha Heat here at Sodbusters 2024. Sam Lavery, full power.
Full power. All the squirrels working as hard as they can under that cowling. Yes, beautiful takeoff.
Keeping it off. There we go. He's got to get that nose down. keep flying speed. You were giving me a lesson on how important ground effect is. You can't get out of ground effect. That's an aviation term you should Google in the crowd. Here's Kurt Leaders now.
And that's one of the things I love about this sport, Ryan, is there's so much science and there's so many things you can learn that help your life in general. Look at that beautiful tail high. Again, a little bit early on that pole. 2 bounces of the tail wheel is 2 bounces too many.
But got more aggressive getting that tail high.
Yeah, that was beautiful to see. Still a very respectable score there. Is his longest takeoff of the heat. Coming in at 289 feet there for Kurt. Here's Warren. The traditional Cessna 180 bark of the propeller. Beautiful takeoff there, right around just over 200 feet there. Might have been able to match his first takeoff, which came in at 225 feet. It looked close to that number. We'll see once the official score comes in.
And I think the big thing you saw between Warren's first run and his second run was the shortening of the landing distance as he got more comfortable with it. And you are right, he's at 215. So Warren's best takeoff of the competition. Now he's got to match a great landing next to it.
Yeah, that is a good thing for Warren. He's very competitive, and so he is in this third heat. He is the only pilot that was able to improve upon his first score. So, and let's talk about the conditions now. If you look at the flags, you've got a flag on the far side near the 300-foot line that's a completely different position than the flags on the start line. So right where these pilots are rotating, they're more of a crosswind, and when they start their takeoff roll, it looks like more of a headwind. So lots of thermal activity going on already as the temperature rises. That's going to increase. We're going to see more and more of a challenge as the day goes on.
And that's actually something I think it's fair to say now that we're at our third Sodbusters. I think it's here in Hartford, Wisconsin. I think it's fair to say that that's what Hartford's becoming known for. Here's Sam Lavery.
Oh, he was pushing so hard. He wanted that one. But ultimately, a little bit short.
Yeah, you heard the burst of throttle there as he tried to save it. Not enough. Just not enough. Coming down way too fast. I was just saying, Hartford known for this kind of squirrely weather. We had this last year. Last year we had in the rookie class, and even I believe Dennis Rowe, who we're going to see fly later, we had a couple nose-overs because we had that headwind into a tailwind thing happening on the runway. Hoping for no nose-overs today, but that's Hartford for you. That's summer in Wisconsin for you.
Yeah, and it's good for us as pilots to have these diverse conditions, especially as we travel throughout the circuit. And we have competitions like in Pinedale, Wyoming, where you've got almost steady winds right down the runway, which is coming up in just a couple of weeks. So check it out. Shout out for Pinedale, one of my favorite stops on the tour. Really excited about that event. And as Sam Lavery Kurt Leaders works his approach, let's watch his energy management as he comes in.
Oh, just a little too short for Kurt Leaders. And that, I got to imagine in the cockpit, he's looking at his sight picture and he's like, this might be fine. This might be fine. Don't change it. This might be fine. It wasn't fine. It was just a little too short.
And so the last opportunity, so the first two airplanes in this heat, a scratch. They will not improve upon their score. But here comes Warren Groblar, his best takeoff of the day we just saw. So let's see if he can get it down and get a really good landing. His last one came in at only 189 feet, stopped right in front of the booth. Let's see if he can improve upon that score. And it's going to be a challenge because I'm looking at the flags right now. Some of them are turning different directions than the others. So let's see how he handles these diverse winds. Beautiful high alpha approach, Ryan. Look at that.
Flaps dropped all the way down. Yeah, just hanging it out with the tail low.
Nope.
And, a scratch for Warren Groblar as well. And you got to look at those flags right now and see how they're barely moving.
A heartbreaker for Warren Groblar. He had such a fantastic takeoff. That is going to be a disappointing factor for him. But what a great first round of competition already. The conditions and those swirly, twirly gumdrop winds, proving to be a challenge and sticking on to these competitors like the bane of their existence.
The gumdrop wins that make you gumdrop it right into the ground.
That's true.
Hey, while they're taxing out for the second heat of touring, I want to talk about one of our sponsors that helps make this possible. So one of the things that's changed in National STOL this season is we've got a even deeper focus on safety. And one of the changes that was made was helmets required for all competitors. And we normally have helmets in the booth to show you when we talk about this, but they've actually been lent out to some of the new competitors that don't have helmets yet. So flighthelmet.com is one of our helmet sponsors, and they generously provided a helmet for people to try. Flighthelmet.com, guess what you can get there? You can get flight helmets. They also specialize in comms equipment, flight clothing, safety and survival equipment. They even make custom painted helmets. If you're into that, you want to look like Maverick or Goose, you can get that done. Save $50, $50 whole dollars using code NSTOL50 at flighthelmet.com. $50, NSTOL50. You could also check them up at AirVenture at in Hangar C. That's booth 3104 and 3105. So thank you to flighthelmet.com for their support. And now, look, we've got more competitors taxiing out. We're going to get them in front of you to get them introduced to you in just a second. While we get ready for that, let's also talk about Flying Eyes Optics. Flying Eyes Optics sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. It's no coincidence that Corey and I are wearing them in the booth right now. Corey's got the aviator style. I've got my prescription glasses, which they rigged up for me great, and I actually have these cool, I don't know if we can see it on the screen or not, I have these cool magnetic sunglasses that can attach to them, so I don't need to carry two pairs. So there you go, I've got sunglasses, and ta-da, I don't. That's pretty cool. Magnets.
You know, one of the things I love about these sunglasses for flying specifically, so if you're a pilot, this is going to make all the difference in the world. Notice I have a headset on here. These are very, very thin and flexible. I never have to worry about breaking the seal of my Bose headset or my broadcast headset. I can just slide them on and off at ease with ease. It's so awesome. Great optics. Thank you, Flying Eyes. And the one thing I love about Flying Eyes is the support they give. And we also have a discount code that if you want your own pair of Flying Eyes optics, go ahead and go to Flying Eyes with discount code National STOL. How easy is that?
Hey, one word, National STOL. You can save 10% on your Flying Eyes. And again, you can also check them out at AirVenture just to the north, booth 422 and 423 right by the tower. So go check them out. You can try them on and see that comfort that Corey's talking about. Really appreciate their support. We are gearing up for the next round of touring here at Sodbusters 2024. And now you have the champion, the reigning king, Brandon Korn from Gauss, Texas, in a 1963 Cessna 205 in race number 30. It's Brandon Korn.
I'm such a huge fan of Brandon Korn. I got to share the pattern with him this morning, and he was kicking my butt. He was taking off so short, it was blowing my mind in that beautiful 205. He is a fierce competitor, Ryan. Love watching him fly. Sponsored by McFarland Aviation, it's Brandon Korn.
Next up, from Mora, Minnesota, in a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, race 2-6, it's Luke Strandlin.
Luke Strandlin's our first experimental airplane that you'll see today. This is the first heat where you're going to see a mix of the certifieds and the experimental. That aircraft is an absolute beast in the backcountry. It can haul a load. If you're a hunter and you want to haul a load of moose meat, check out the Murphy Moose, the Super Murphy Moose. It's Luke Stradland. I love that airplane. It's so cool. It just looks like it just belongs in the backcountry or maybe even on floats. How would that be? That'd be so cool.
I think a lot of those end up on floats.
It's such a great performer. Heavy lift airplane, good airfoil, durable, absolutely great.
And last, but certainly not least. Oh, not last. How did I miss that giant airplane behind him? First, let's talk about John McArdle from Omaha, Nebraska in race number 10 in a 1978 Mall M5. Give it up for John McArdle.
John's one to watch in this class. He has been a fierce competitor, somewhat new to STOL, but man, he has made quite a splash. Look at that beautiful airplane that he flies. The Mall does a great job in the backcountry. It's both fast and slow. I'm excited to see him fly.
And in the boss, the Beast. I was going to say the Beast from the East, but he's from Eugene, Oregon, so the Beast from the West in race number 77 in the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub, a.k.a. the Boss. It's brand new, everyone, Kyle Bushman.
How fun was this yesterday? It was actually a treat. It was like eating a gumdrop for the first time. Now, Kyle Bushman is a master craftsman at the controls of this aircraft, and he also is a master craftsman building aircraft. This is a beautiful airplane. He owns Ragwood Refactory in Oregon. Such a fantastic competitor. Love having him on the circuit. And you are in for an absolute delight when you watch him take to the skies. It's almost like the Earth wants to repel that airplane and thrust it into the air. It's heavy. Grosses out at about 3,000 pounds. Has 4 seats. Not your traditional Super Cub.
No, it's a heck of a lot wider, a heck of a lot heavier.
It's a monster.
I think the thing you said yesterday was when we watched it fly for the first time, you said it looks like it's shoveling the air out of the way, and that could not have been more accurate. It's
Absolutely.
big, it's large, and it's in charge. Here's Brandon Korn on the line.
Oh, I'm excited to watch Brandon Korn. I was watching him practice this morning. Such short takeoffs. I cannot believe. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see something pretty amazing. This is a certified Cessna 205. It's a big airplane. Now watching just a few hundred feet. Oh my goodness, here he goes.
Brandon Korn off, but not quite. He had to get a little bit of a settled control there. That's what we have to look out for on days like today. We don't have that heavy wind over the nose. If the airplane settles back down onto the runway, the judges are going to measure from the second time the wheels depart. So
yeah, that was a beautiful pull. I was actually really shocked that the airplane was able to leap into the air at about 175 feet, but it did settle back down. So his first takeoff came back in at 250 feet. That's a great takeoff.
That's still actually a really great number. Here's Luke Strandlin in the Super Rebel. Got the tail nice and high.
Can feel the thump of the engine in your chest as he goes by. That was a beautiful takeoff there from Luke Stradland.
John McArdle in the 1978 Mall. Aggressive tail into the air with it. There he goes, John McArdle ready to fight.
Fantastic takeoff from John McArdle. I noticed his wheels actually stopped spinning right as he got off the ground. I wonder if he had the brakes on a little bit.
You got to remember to keep them off.
Yeah, that was one of the issues with one of the pilots as we were talking to him yesterday. He said, I was just a little bit nervous, and I was actually hitting the brakes as I was taking off, and that's why I rolled so long. The nerves are a definite factor. Now here's Kyle Bushman in the Boss. What a fantastic aircraft.
Oh! I don't understand how something that big can take off that short. It just freaks me out. Look, What is happening?
That was amazing. This is an
crazy.
Airplane that's sitting on the ramp at about 2,000 pounds, carries a huge load, and he just took off in less than 200 feet, 195 feet, ladies and gentlemen. And John McArdle putting in a great takeoff at 181 feet. Wow.
Now we got to see what Brandon does on the landing here. This is where he can really stay competitive against McCardle, holding it off, good over the line, gave up about 50 feet on that first touchdown and not worried about his own comfort at all as he stretches those spring gear out, getting it stopped around 275 to 300 feet.
That was a fantastically fun landing to watch. Brandon Korn is one of my favorite competitors because he's just so entertaining to watch. It's just such a novelty to me to see these certified airplanes do Disney magic literally on the grass.
Luke Strandland turning base to final now in the Super Rebel.
Of course, Luke giving Brandon Korn plenty of time to get out of that wake turbulence. It does give the competitors in the air a little bit of time to settle. Wake turbulence is a factor in competition. It's something you don't think about as you're watching, but the air does need to settle. There's not a lot of wind right now to blow that wake turbulence off the runway. So I'm seeing a strategy here by Luke, giving him a little bit extra time so that air cleans up a little bit in his flare. Look at that beautiful approach, nose high, Ryan.
Burst of power. He's going to give up a lot of distance on the touchdown, over 100 feet before the wheels touched.
Yeah, he came over the line, still about 20 feet in the air. That's going to cost him, but he's no stranger to cleaning things up, so he'll get that fixed on this next run, I'll presume.
And John McCardle passing by the Hartford Water Tower, which, by the way, if you train at Cub Air Flight here at Hartford, Wisconsin, they teach you, if you ever get lost in Wisconsin, just look for the water tower. Ooh, big burst of power for McCardle, giving up a lot at a big bounce.
Big bounce, and these conditions really proving to be a challenge. I'm looking at the flag right on the approach, and it is almost a tailwind. So what's happening right there before the line is these pilots are seeing a tailwind effect. So that's why you're seeing them come long or come short right now. We still have one more aircraft on the approach. Here comes Kyle Bushman in the Boss, this big, beautiful backcountry Super Cub. He's given a little bit of space between him and the competitors in front of him. Watch as he gets really, ridiculously slow here. It almost looks like he's being suspended by ropes or something, special effects, CGI. But no, this is real. This is science.
Well, and you and I were talking yesterday, look at how much flap this airplane has. Folks, that's the control on the innermost part of the wings. They're all dropped down. There's a lot of flap. Listen to the engine holding it off. He's going to be good over the line, plopping it down for Kyle Bushman, and stops right in front of the booth for us.
Our shortest landing of the day so far, coming in just short of 150 feet. Wow, that's fantastic. That may just put Kyle Bushman in a very competitive spot.
Now we are going to go to the pits. Look who it is. It's Warren Grobelar back at Sodbusters.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Warren Grobelar. I fly a 1955 Cessna Skywagon. Not the best performance today. Weather was a little iffy. Winds were swirly, but we all fly in the same conditions, so I can't complain too much. Haven't been practicing very much, so this just goes to show you should keep your skills up, stay current, and maybe we'll do better next time.
That's good to see Warren back in the saddle, Ryan.
It's so great to see him. I got to say this about Warren. Besides the fact that I mispronounce his name slightly every time I say it, he is just the kindest, most welcoming person on the circuit. You can say that about a lot of the pilots, actually. When I first started announcing National STOL and commentating on it, he came up to me right away and said, hey, I haven't seen you before. You're new here. Let me introduce you to some folks. Really appreciate that. That's a thing that stuck with me all these years that we've been doing this.
Absolutely. Just a pleasure to be around. When I met Warren, he flew all the way from Florida up to Minnesota to meet up with the Flying Cowboys to fly the rest of the way to Oshkosh. He earned his nickname Tailwinder from that trip because he likes to land in tailwinds. Super fun. Here's Brandon Korn on the line for his second attempt. Let's see if he can shorten up that takeoff. Here's the standings, too. Kyle Bushman taking first place, taking the lead away from Warren Grobelar.
Oh, he's hanging on the ground there. There he goes, Brandon.
And look at those flags, Ryan. That's one of the indicators that's causing a challenge for these takeoffs and landings. The Ladd Gardner flag in particular over near the 250-foot mark, showing a definite quartering tailwind.
Which, if I remember from my tail dragger training, is like the one you want the least.
Absolutely. And then on the approach end, by the line, we've got the exact opposite going on, a little bit of a headwind.
Luke Strandland up and away he goes.
Horsepower, baby. That thing thumps.
Yeah, it's a big airplane. Here's John McCardle in the mall. You don't see as many of these around as much, I think, as you used to, but they're a pretty classic, pretty storied bush plane. Getting the throttle going, winding up. What do you call it? The squirrels? I was going to say give it all the beans. The squirrels and the beans. Here we go. Tail up. Taking a bite.
Nice job. John McCardle will be happy with that takeoff. Beautiful technique. You know, the conditions are rather interesting. Right now it looks a little bit calm on the racetrack. So much fun to watch Lexi line these pilots up. You can tell she has such a passion for aviation. Everybody here volunteering their time to put this production and this competition on.
Kyle Bushman.
Wow! Holy cow, Ryan. How did that happen?
Sub 150 feet in a 3,000-pound airplane.
Absolutely impressive. That, I think it's going to make quite a impression this next week at Oshkosh. This airplane has 4 seats. For a Super Cub, that's very unusual.
Yeah, normally you're just a little front-to-back action.
Yep, absolutely. Here comes Brandon Korn on his approach, the big, beautiful 205 against the Wisconsin popcorn skies behind him.
Brandon Korn currently in 4th place. The best score of 537. Here he is on short final. Working that throttle. Got it over the line.
Beautiful. That was about as good as you can get right there in a 205. My goodness, right around 210 feet or so. Just a beautiful landing there. Good score from Brandon Korn.
Yeah, you're going to see a big improvement compared to that first landing for him, I think. Had a little bit longer takeoff, so it might come out in the wash. That landing was 215 feet. Still holding 4th place, but now with a combined score of 505 for Brandon Korn. Luke Strandland against the white puffies in the distance there, getting ready to turn final.
Winds are looking to favor him. The wind just came up, a little bit of a headwind on the approach end, but it is swirling, so we'll see how the landing goes, but it did just come up a little bit, I noticed.
Luke's currently in 6th place with his best score on the first run of 705. So he's got some ground to make up. John McCardle, who you see next, currently in 7th, mostly I think just because he let that landing roll out. If he would have gotten heavy on the brakes, even though it was a little bit of a sloppy one, he would probably be a little bit higher up on the board.
Now watch Luke, he's already got that nose really high. He's already settled into the pocket. That looks really extreme. Perfect approach. Over the line, definitely giving up a lot of space.
125 before he touches down.
Oh, beautiful landing, though. If he could just get closer to the line, he'd have a much better score. His landing roll was only about 150 feet, coming in just shy of 300 because he landed over 150 feet long. These conditions are definitely proving to be a challenge for all these pilots.
So here's John McCardle now, coming in hot, but good close to the line, but he's got to get heavy on the brakes.
Nice job. And that's what that extra speed does. It's, you know, do you come in, you play it safe, do you come in a little bit hot and get on the brakes, or do you, really push it, get slow, but come over the line a little bit? It's just a trade-off. All these pilots are employing a little bit slightly different techniques. Obviously, their airplanes are different, so they might have to do that.
And John McCardle now with a score we're used to seeing from him, that first landing not really up to his standards. He's now in third place. Warren Grobelar, second place. Kyle Bushman, who's on approach right now, in first. What's interesting is Brandon Korn's hanging out in fifth place, right behind Kurt Leaders. Brandon's usually in the podium spot. He's usually on the podium. So we'll see, I hope, a shortening of Brandon's takeoff numbers combined with those landing numbers he's dialing in, and see him move up. Here is Kyle Bushman now low over the grass.
Had a really good takeoff. Let's see if he can improve upon his score.
Oh, right on the line. And
Oh.
that is insanely short. That is like almost frustrating that you could stop that airplane that short.
You know, it's amazing. I don't have any other word for it. That is such a capable aircraft. I'm very impressed. This is obviously its debut, and it is performing admirably. He's definitely going to have a massive improvement on his first place score there. That was impressive.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Corey. From 341 down to 285. If we run the standings right now, Kyle Bushman still holding first place. Warren Grobelar in second. John McCardle holding third with a big improvement up from, I think it was seventh place. And then fourth place, Kurt Leaders from the first heat holding in with that 484. So there's a pretty big, actually not a big difference between John McCardle and Kurt Leaders, separated only by 3 feet.
Yeah, but this man, Brandon Korn, taxiing up to the line right now, he's used to being on the podium. So he's really going to hang it out. This is his last chance to improve upon his score. So he's looking at those flags. He's hoping for just the right moment to take off, because I know Brandon, he is very, very competitive. So keep your eyes on this aircraft, this beautiful Cessna 205, as he puts in his last run of the day. The wind not helping him out, Ryan. We've got a tailwind right where he needs to rotate.
And
again, another early rotation. I think that's that tailwind. Did not, that was close. Did not settle back down, so that's good for him. But that tailwind definitely, a tail crosswind, definitely challenging these pilots today.
Super challenging, and I got to say, props, no pun intended, to Brandon Korn there. One of the hardest things to do is push the nose down while the airplane is descending. It's counterintuitive, and he did it perfectly there. Here's Luke Strandlin on the roll, tail up in the sky. Here he goes, yanking it back a little early, nursing it off, and now he's climbing out.
That is a very amazing airplane to watch. That Rebel is so fun. I would like to fly in one of those someday, just on floats maybe up in Canada, up in the Yukon. I can just see that being my natural environment for that one.
Here's John McCardle, and hi in social to Katrina, who just says, woo! That mirrors how we are feeling here in the booth. It's just getting started, folks. This is only touring. You're seeing the heavies now. It's going to get even more exciting as the day goes on. John McCardle.
Oh, tail high. He's pushing hard, Ryan. Woo!
There we go. Sub 225 for John McCardle. Might be actually his longest takeoff so far, but he's got the podium cinched for now. Kyle Bushman in the boss. That thing is just so big. Kyle Bushman
just putting on a backcountry clinic here in Hartford. That airplane is impressive. It's heavy. It flies like it's light. It is amazing. That's science.
I mean, all of these airplanes, what's really cool about them is that you have airplanes you can take your whole family, and like with the 206 or with the boss there, you can put your whole family and all the stuff you need for like a week into the back of these planes and land somewhere special. Here's Brandon Korn. Oh, heartbreak for Brandon Korn. on the scratch.
He was really pushing there for a short landing, and it was really short. He got stopped in 225 feet, but ultimately that will not be on the board for him. It will be a scratch because he landed maybe a foot or two before the line. What a bummer. What a heartbreak for Brandon Korn. And quite frankly, I'm one of his biggest fans. I'm a little brokenhearted too. I love watching him fly.
So Brandon Korn currently holding in 5th place. Got a beautiful biplane there. I like that paint scheme.
Yeah, I'm sure he's on his way to show plane parking at Oshkosh. I can't imagine any other parking spot. Absolutely beautiful airplane. Whew, gorgeous.
And now we've got Luke Strandland coming in past that water tower. That is such a cool shot here in Hartford.
If you're live on the internet, what a treat. But if you're live here in Hartford, look at the Murphy Rebel. I love how he brings it in, tail low, nose high, hanging it out on the line. Here he goes. You can hear him working the throttle. Watch that elevator. He is definitely working for a living today.
And look how much closer he touched down. He did dial it in. He still gave up some footage, but not nearly what we'd seen previously.
Beautiful job.
That may be a position switch for Luke. He had his best takeoff.
And potentially his best landing, actually. That was sub 300 for sure. Very close to his second one we just saw in the last round. I'm excited to see that score come in to see how change things up potentially.
Looks like he's still holding 6th place, but that was his best landing. Here's John McCardle coming in like an F-16. Got a lot of energy to dissipate. Got to get those binders locked up. Coming in hot like that, but when you have no wind, you don't have a lot of choices.
Yeah,
in terms
it's difficult.
Of how you're doing
challenge. Beautiful. He didn't come to a stop, but I think he kind of knew he went a little bit long there. But you do want to come to a stop each time. So if you're thinking about coming into the sport, a little bit of coaching here for you from Coach Corey. Come to a stop each time. It'll put a score on the board for you.
Yeah,
it's always a good thing.
One thing that gets settled is the most consistent award for pilots, and if you don't stop, you can't be the most consistent. So we want to see our pilots still stop, even if it's not the best landing. And now we've got Kyle Bushman, currently in 1st place. Here he comes, Kyle, over the line. Wow, textbook. And stopped. He's just putting on a show for us in the booth, Corey. He's just stopping at 150 every time.
I say it time and again. Kyle Bushman is the master craftsman, and he has proven that here today and unofficially taking the touring class by storm, loading up all the airplanes into the back of the boss and taking them for a ride.
That's kind of aggressive. He's just loading him up, setting him up, and knocking him down. Kyle Bushman with his brand new airplane, really surprising everyone this weekend here at Sodbusters 2024. So that's going to be your touring class here in Hartford, Wisconsin.
Wow, what a great start of the morning. My heart is already pumping. This is one of my favorite classes, and it definitely entertained here today. Kyle Bushman, the talk of the week so far, coming out of nowhere with the new airplane, fitting into the touring class. He's just as heavy, if not heavier, than these other aircraft, and just absolutely putting on a show. But not to mention the other competitors. And Warren Grobel are holding on after a long break into 2nd place. Fantastic performance from him. And then John McCardle in that beautiful maul, putting on a clinic.
Yeah, John McCardle has been coming for Brandon Korn all season, and now you're seeing, I think, the result of some of that competition. So we are going to be back in just a few moments as we wrap up the touring class. We're going to settle up the results with you here and do a little podium presentation for you out there in the crowd. So hang tight. More STOL action coming to you after this.
Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience, something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane, and gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a STOL airplane, but you know, it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They're a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but you know, it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here, just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You gotta really nurse it off the runway though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck. Sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Kaneva.
Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. was legendary.
And we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin, Sodbusters 2024. Let's give it up for our touring class competitors. Challenging conditions today, some great flying. I got to ask you guys, though, do you know how it ended up? John says he knows. Brandon says he knows. All right, here we go. In third place, with a combined score of 481 feet, John McCardle. Up there, buddy. In second place, with a combined score of 449 feet, woo, Warren Grobbelaar. Welcome back indeed. And in first place, with a somewhat upsettingly small number, a combined score of 285 feet. Everyone get up for Kyle Bushman. Kyle, come over here. So that's a new thing. That's a new plane, doing new plane things. What can you tell us about it?
So yesterday we were 1,800 pounds. That's our empty weight. We took all the Canadians we could round up, so that was 3 Canadians plus me. We took off. We were airborne at 500 feet. That was 1,000, 1,100 in the airplane. It's something about this airplane that defies normal airplane math. People worry about weight and all that stuff, and if you scale it right, we have cup holders on both sides.
So I joked before about passenger comfort not being important in STOL, but for you guys, just some LaCroix, sipping some low-battery strawberry water.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's a Suburban. That's really what that is. It's a big Suburban of the sky.
Well, really exciting to see you fly. Hop up there. We're going to get a quick picture of our touring class podium. And everyone give it up for the touring class. And now it's time to celebrate. I'm going to walk away a little bit. You guys are lucky you're so far away. Yeah, there it goes. That's your touring class here at Sodbusters 2024. We'll be back right after this with more awesome STOL action.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses. While we were at Oshkosh, we went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes, awesome glasses.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights, or
So the touring class, it used to be just touring airplanes, and now that we've switched around the classes, because the 170Bs would always win, so they ended up putting us in the Bush class, which it's a touring airplane, and the word has it Austin Clemens isn't coming, because the Super 170's in his class.
Tough battle, but Husky will win at the end of the day.
A little backstory here. I've been struggling. I used to be super consistent.
I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
So last night, Micah was inhaling helium, which obviously lightens the load.
So I went from the top to fighting for upper percentile.
Let me tell you something, Reese. We're out here today with some of these fine airplanes flying, but there's one that was on fire today because I had a front row seat and I watched all 3 of those pilots fly. Sean Johnson was on fire today. He was flying his best game, and he got to bring his best game because he's flying against Michael Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, 2 of the best pilots in the lower 48. Let me tell you, brother, they're awesome out here today with this beautiful weather. It's so good to be out here.
Well, I did a pull test on my airplane. I was only pulling 745 pounds, and so I had them deburr the cylinders, and now I'm pulling 815 pounds of thrust.
And we are back here at Hartford, Wisconsin, Sodbusters 2024, gearing up for aviation heaven all week. And we're kicking it off here in the shadow of the Piper Cubs flying overhead. Cub Air Flight, Kylie's Cub Air Flight, hosting us here in Hartford, and we really appreciate all of their help. We're gearing up for the backcountry class. We've got some fun discussions to have about who you've got fighting and flying together today. And I see a couple of them taxiing out already.
I love that Belanca Scout from Scott Sweet. Just a beautiful, now this is a class just filled with certified airplanes. You can buy any of these aircraft from the manufacturers, and they're all very capable in the backcountry. That's why we've lovingly nicknamed it the backcountry class. So as we recover the heavies, the touring class, we'll get started with these guys. The weather conditions are still swirling around, and that I suspect is going to be the story of the day and is going to continue to challenge the pilots. But let's set the stage for the backcountry class.
Absolutely. We have, returning to the series, Jeff Pohl in the 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo model. Jerry Clemens, the showman, as I like to call him, 2008 Aviat Husky, and Scott Sweet in that 1974 Belanca Scout. That will be your backcountry class here in Hartford, Wisconsin. And really fun to see airplanes like the Belanca Scout. They make those now, the modern version of the American Champion version. They make it just down the road from where I grew up here in Wisconsin. I got to tell you, I get a little emotional about this event because I learned to fly here. I soloed on the runway that we are competing on today.
How cool.
At this flight school, and it's just a cool way that life works where you do a thing. You know, that was years and years and years ago, and now here we are announcing at where the place where it started for me.
Living the dream, and you know, that's your invitation. Come on out and join us at National STOL. We have events all over this beautiful country of ours, and we, as you can tell, absolutely love this stuff because it's fun. This is the best. You can have so much fun with your aircraft, and this is a great place to really take your skills to the next level and increase your safety factor, and you can get really intimate with nature in these airplanes. That's what I love about it. I love taking my airplane into the wild, camping with my loved ones, showing my kids around this beautiful earth that we have. That's what I love about this. Come on out. It's an open-hand invitation. Every single one of the cast, the crew, the pilots, everybody just loves this stuff. So come on out and join us now.
Yeah, do it now. And if maybe STOL's not your thing, come out and just join us in the air, right? Like, that's the other part of it.
Yeah,
like,
let's go flying.
Be a pilot if that's what's exciting to you. You know, there's so many different pathways into aviation. We've got a drone doing aerials today here at Hartford. I can see it hovering getting a shot of the crowd right now. That's a great pathway into aviation, models, things like that. It's all really a great way to get involved. Let's get you lined up for the backcountry class now here in Hartford. From Malacca, Minnesota, in a 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo model, race number 00, it's Dirty Bird, piloted by Jeff Pohl.
Jeff Pohl, one of the crowd favorites in the whole entire circuit from the moment he competed for the very first time till now. He has definitely been a crowd favorite. His aircraft, Dirty Bird, one of the most capable and a staple in the backcountry, a member of the 170 Mafia, Captain Jeff Pohl. I'm excited to watch him fly. He's got a very unique style. He's a very characteristic and charismatic pilot. Definitely has a voice in the future of STOL.
I like how you promoted him to captain just then. I don't know if he knows about that.
He's the captain of Dirty Bird.
And there you go, as if on cue, from Benton, Kansas, race number 17, a 2008 Aviat Husky, piloted by Jerry Clemens.
Such a fun pilot to be around and also to watch. One of the unique characteristics, we just saw it, he has thrust reversers on that Aviat Husky. The thrust reverser was initially designed for float plane pilots to make maneuvering on the water a lot easier, but it actually comes in quite handy in the STOL competition. So if he's able to get it done, we will see that unveiled on his landing rolls, making those a lot shorter.
And then last but certainly not least, from Hyannis, Nebraska, and in 1974 Belanca Scout, race number 63, piloted by Scott Sweet.
In an airplane older than most of us, still very capable, fantastic airplane, the Belanca Scout. 5th generation ranch pilot from Nebraska, from the plains of America. Love to see this airplane. We're in for a treat from Scott Sweet.
I love how you did that. In for a treat with Scott Sweet. That's good. Corey's the rhyme master. The rhyme master here of National STOL, really making it happen for you. A couple of things we want to chat about while we get ready to go here. Don't forget nationalstol.com/vote. Vote for your favorite pilot. Nationalstol.com/vote. Don't forget you can listen FM radio 85.3. And if you're here in Hartford, there's a National STOL tent kind of behind the crowd there where you can get all the awesome National STOL merch. I am wearing one of the awesome, very lightweight performance button downs with the little National STOL logos all over it right now. So go pick one of those up.
I have been looking at it all morning. I'm going to go get myself one. I love it.
You want to get I would offer to trade, but I didn't bring another bring another shirt. So we are getting ready to go here for the backcountry class.
One of the fun things I love about this first aircraft we're going to see is this aircraft was taken out of a barn. It sat for a lifetime, 25 years, gathering dust. And Jeff Pohl brought it out of the barn and into the backcountry. Here we go. Melinda online, shout out to you. Thanks for watching. Sure love that. Here goes Jeff Pohl at the controls. We have a green flag. Here's the backcountry class.
Here's Jeff Pohl getting that tail high. Gonna take a big bite. There we go.
Nice.
Jeff Pohl's return to the circuit, like he mentioned. And yesterday, during an interview, he told you, he's like, I'm a little out of practice. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. And only a day later, he's getting that tail super high in the classic Jeff Pohl way, taking a bite out of the air.
Absolutely fantastic performer. Jeff Pohl is one to beat in this class for sure. Here's Jerry Clemens at the controls of that Husky, getting the tail nice and high, right on the line.
And Jerry pulling just a little too early.
Yeah, that cost him because then you saw his right landing gear settle back down onto the grass, costing him. He lifted off just shy of 150 feet, really, really short, but then he settled that landing gear back down somewhere in the neighborhood of 175. We'll see what that score comes in at. But these wind conditions definitely playing a role.
Scott Sweet. Little burble of the throttle there. Got it off real short, though.
Wow, fantastic performance from Scott Sweet. Definitely a solid takeoff and our shortest in this class so far. Absolutely, he'll be happy with that one.
And the scores coming in for backcountry class takeoffs, we've got a race. We've got a fight on our hands. Jeff Pohl's takeoff, 214 feet. Jerry Clemens, 201. Waiting for Scott Sweet's number to come into the booth here, but it's going to be around that same place. You've only got 13 feet separating Jeff Pohl and Jerry Clemens. It's early in the heat. I'll give it at that, but we definitely have a fight on our hands.
Absolutely. Love to see the classic airplanes from, boy, that's a long time ago that airplane was built, and it is still crushing it in the STOL competitions. It goes to show that no matter how many modifications you can make on an airplane, how modern you can get, the classics still do very, very well. Now here comes Jeff in Dirty Bird. He's already got that beautiful high alpha approach dialed in. Little burst of power.
And that's a good one over the line for Jeff Pohl, stopping right around the 150-foot mark.
Jeff, a very, very good pilot. An excellent demonstration of braking and control there on his landing rollout, getting it in nice and short. And Scott Sweet with a 173-foot takeoff there. He's definitely the one in this first round to beat. Here comes Jerry Clemens in the Husky, making his roundabout from base to final. Now what's happening in the cockpit now is he's getting settled down. He's getting his airspeed dialed in. He's going to get his angle of attack set just right so that all he has to do when he comes over the line is chop and drop, dump the flaps, get that thrust reverser going. Here comes Jerry Clemens.
Little burst of throttle, little burst of throttle. Good over the line.
Yeah, those bursts of throttle.
Yes.
Definitely an indicator of the challenge these pilots are having there on short final as these winds swirl around. Such a fantastic demonstration again of good pilot control in these diverse weather conditions, because he was able to bring it over the line in spite of that air kind of looking like it fell out from underneath him on short final there.
And we saw the thrust reverser. We also saw, for those of you watching online, the onboard camera, and you could see the workload in the cockpit for Jerry Clemens as he worked to get that thrust reverser engaged. Here's Scott Sweet now. So they're going to call that a scratch for Scott Sweet. We're talking to race control to figure out what happened there. Let's look at the scores as we head into the second run. Jeff Pohl, your current leader, with 349 feet. Jerry Clemens giving up a lot over the line, like we mentioned, but did get the thrust reverser working at 395. And we'll be resetting here for a second for the next run of backcountry class. And while we do that, let me talk a little bit about some folks in the chat. First of all, Miranda Hoot saying, "Let's go, Sweet." But also David Wyckoff. Big shout out to the announcing. Great job, fellas. Thank you so much, David. We actually have a special treat from the pits right now. It's Colin Kaniva.
I'm Colin Kneva.
Colin, how's it going in the pits there? We're getting ready to watch you flying a little bit.
Hi, I'm Colin Kneva. I'm flying a 2021 Legend Cub MOAC. We call it the Beast Mode. This is my 5th or 6th competition in this plane. I think we've got it dialed in. I'm really excited for today. The weather is great. The clouds are parting. The winds are perfect. I'm just really excited for what's coming up today. A lot of great competitions, good pilots, and I'm excited to be here.
Well, thank you so much, Colin. We appreciate hearing from you. And just got word from race control that obviously if you're in the crowd there, you saw Scott Sweet land a little bit closer than you're used to, got lined up in the wrong visual pattern, and he has been issued a warning by race control. Can't do that again. And so he's going to be lined up. That did count as a scratch against him, which is a shame because he did have the shortest takeoff of the run at 173. Here's Jeff Pohl in Dirty Bird, getting that tail nice and high. Taking a bite off somewhere a little bit over 200 feet.
Yeah, the wind's definitely playing a role here in the takeoff performance of these aircraft, changing from, it just almost seems like it's consistent now on the approach end being a headwind, and then right where they look to rotate, a quartering tailwind. Here's Jerry Clemens. Wow, that was a great takeoff from Jerry, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 173, 174 feet, I would say. That is a great takeoff in an Aviat Husky. Wow, that's great. He'll love to have that score.
And Scott Sweet now on the line in the Scout. And off a lot longer than last time. He had that kind of, as I think you would call it, a barn burner takeoff, Corey. I'm going to steal your catchphrase.
It was a good takeoff on that first round, and it's actually kind of heartbreaking because he did such a great takeoff, and then that scratch on the landing, he'll be disappointed with that. But still a respectable takeoff coming in, just over 300 feet somewhere. Didn't quite see exactly where he lifted off from my vantage point.
So while they go around the pattern, let's see, where are we at now? Jeff Pohl looks like he's turning base to final. Want to talk about one of our sponsors. This is Ladd Gardner Insurance. Ladd Gardner Insurance has been with National STOL. They've been a partner with National STOL since the beginning. They've got excellent customer service and coverage. Ladd Gardner is aviation protected. Here is Jeff Pohl now. Short final, right over the line. Excellent touchdown for Jeff Pohl, getting it stopped short. Look at that,
that
folks.
was beautiful. Definitely our shortest landing of the day for Jeff Pohl. He'll be really happy with that one. He had a great takeoff at 216 feet, so his combined score is going to come in really, really low. He's holding on to first place, fighting off Jerry Clemens and Scott Sweet. But here comes Jerry with that secret weapon, that thrust reverser. Now, if he can nail his approach, those people that have the advantage of watching live online, watch as he works the controls. He's got a heavy workload, especially as he comes over the line here. Great throttle control. Just shy of the line. What a heartbreak for Jerry Clemens. Doesn't even really try to get the thrust reversers engaged. Knew it was a scratch. He'll roll that out nice and long. Boy, what a heartbreaker for Jerry Clemens.
Look at him just absolutely working for it here, just short of the line. And in the cockpit, we saw him, all the things his hands and feet have to do when you're working that thrust reverser. It's a high workload in the cockpit.
Now, as Scott Sweet comes in here, let me kind of explain why we're talking about the difficulty level, because when you have a crosswind, you don't have as much time to make decisions. So the difference between a crosswind or a tailwind and these swirly conditions between a nice solid headwind like we had in Moses Lake a few weeks ago, these pilots are having to operate their aircraft and make decisions a lot faster. That wind buys you time. Good landing for Scott Sweet. Good performance for him on his second landing. Coming in at just shy of 250 feet. That's very respectable. But yeah, when you have that headwind, everything tends to slow down a little bit. That's why all these pilots really like that. But when you have these crosswinds, you've got to work that crosswind control technique. You've got to really manage your throttle, that energy dissipation. And it is really challenging today.
Let's look at the scores. They're actually maybe exactly how you'd expect them. Just 1, 2, 3 stacked up. Jeff Pohl in first place with the shortest score so far of 349. Excuse me. Jerry Clemens coming in still with that first run, 395. Scott Sweet. I think we're going to see some improvement from Scott Sweet. Currently third place with 526. I think the mistake made on that first run maybe jostled his nerves a little bit. He's got to get the sight picture figured out. Came in, got confused about where the flags were, is what we heard over the radio. So that is kind of a bummer, because I think Scott Sweet with that short landing on that first run may have been able to upset it a little bit. But here we go, third run, Jerry Clemens. Got to do a big improvement to catch up to Jeff Pohl, who's got that motor running.
Yeah, Jeff's got about 50 feet on him on the combined score. So if Jeff improves on his score, that's even going to put more pressure on Jerry and Scott to get it done. Here's Jeff Pohl on the takeoff roll. Nice high tail. Dirty Bird getting it done. Wow, nice takeoff there. Coming in, again, very consistent Jeff on that takeoff. Coming in just shy of 175 feet now on that takeoff, even better than his first two.
Yeah,
wow.
Previous two takeoffs for Jeff Pohl, very consistent, 214 and 216. So we'll see if he's brought it down as short. Yep, 183 for Jeff Pohl on that last takeoff. Here's Jerry Clemens in the double deuce.
He likes to get his tail up nice and high before he departs the line. You can see that here today. Watch right now. He'll pull it. Nice takeoff. Definitely the shortest in the class. Wow.
That was amazing.
That was fantastic. You could tell he wanted that one. This is the third and final attempt to get this thing dialed in, and he certainly improved upon his score there by 166 feet. Wow, that's a great score for Jerry.
Really short takeoff in that Husky. Here's Scott Sweet hoping to replicate that first run. Tails coming up. And he's off. Oh, okay.
Right about 210-ish, something like that. Really good takeoff.
And that can be deceiving for folks in the crowd, because the left main did come off the ground, but we're watching very closely to make sure where both tires have left the ground. So that right main, closer to us in the broadcast booth, stayed on the ground a little bit longer.
Yep. And that's exactly the challenge that these line judges have, is they have to keep their eye on both wheels, both of those main landing gear wheels. Now, as we get Jeff to come around here, the heat is on. Jerry Clemens putting in a fantastic takeoff in this round at 166 feet. Jeff even improving on his first two takeoffs, coming in at 183 feet. So this round is super competitive. Here we go. Very exciting. The wind's calming down, I noticed, almost dropping completely out of existence, whereas on their takeoffs we did have a little bit more wind. I'm kind of feeling it calming down right now. Things kind of mellowing out for Jeff Pohl here. Let's see if it makes that landing either longer or shorter.
Diving for the line, exactly where you want to be. And look at how short that was for Jeff Pohl.
Wow. That was about as good as you can get done today in these conditions. Jeff Pohl really hanging it out on the line there on that one. Fantastic.
And we're watching the replay right now of where those mains touched down, and it was only a foot beyond the line. You can't, again, in these conditions, like Corey's been saying, look at that. Just great accuracy. So Jeff Hull's going to be happy with that. He's still in first with a combined score of 316.
Wow, that is such a great score in a Cessna 170 in a crosswind situation. 316 feet will get you on and off of just about any size sandbar.
Now we're on board with Jerry Clemens.
Watch as he works the throttle and the stick to his advantage. He's got it settled right into the pocket. Coming in with a little extra energy, it looks like. Look at that wing low. Upwind wing is nice and low. Perfect landing. Get that thrust reverser.
Look
Yes!
at that! Oh, we got a fight on our hands, folks. What was that?
That was awesome.
You could hear the stall warning horn blaring out of the cockpit all the way over here in the booth. That was incredible.
That's going to be such a close finish between Jeff and Jerry on this one. Oh, my gosh, he just did it. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. Unofficially, Jerry Clemens just clinched first place in the backcountry class.
Combined score of 283. Here's Scott Sweet, 213-foot takeoff.
Nice
Coming in
job.
Real gentle there. Heavy on the brakes, though. He's got that stick full back.
Great landing for Scott there. You have to imagine what's going on in his head, the nerves probably getting to him, because I've seen him definitely land a little bit shorter. But holy cow, Ryan, what a fantastic backcountry class. The battle between Jeff and Jerry. Crazy Dirty Bird versus the Beautiful Bird. Here we go.
Oh, man, that was something else with the upset. We're going to get them set to let them know how they all did. But first, let's go to Don Wade in the pits.
All right, folks, welcome to Hartford, Wisconsin, and this is Sodbusters. This year is awesome. It's exciting. We got a bunch of airplanes out here, great spectators. I tell you, and really great food out here. You need to go over and check out some of the wonderful food. But watch us online, live streaming right here at Sodbusters, right before we go to Oshkosh. Can't get any better than that.
All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break while we set up for awards.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
At Aeroleds, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aeroleds was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolid's installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin. Sodbusters 2024 underway in what I would call just the most beautiful Wisconsin skies. You got these nice white puffy clouds. We got the backcountry class. Everyone in the crowd here and online, give it a round of applause for the backcountry competitors. And I gotta ask, for those of you who are new to STOL, have you ever seen anything like this before? No, I heard one enthusiastic no. It's pretty cool, right? Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, do you know how it ended up?
Yeah, I lost again.
Wow, you guys are very confident. They're all kind of wrong. All right, here we go, folks, with the results of the backcountry class. In third place, with a combined score of 438 feet, Scott Sweet. In second place, it was a close one. Wasn't it a close one? With a combined score of 316 feet, Jeff Pohl. And with the upset at the finish with a combined score of 283 feet, Jerry Clemens. Jerry, congratulations. How was it out there? Don't walk away.
It was a lot of fun. It was a little swirly on the winds, but it's fun competing with these guys because they're good friends and we have fun.
It was really fun to watch. Get up there. Let's go. Get a quick photo for posterity. Everyone, that's your Sodbusters 2024 backcountry champions. And no one's tagged me yet, but I am going to get out of the way. It's time to celebrate. And by the way, if you're from the FAA, there's no alcohol in that. It's just for fun. Here we go. There we go. Oh, look out. Get Jerry. Come on, get Jerry. It's, they are going to be a little sticky. They're going to be a little sticky after that. Everyone, that's your backcountry class. We'll be back with adventure class right after this.
You said that the most common position for the Sea Guardians over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, these two audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the Seal Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
My name is Brian Stack. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box 1, go.
You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh, man, them are some beautiful birds, and pilots are good. It's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that. That beautiful wolf on the front.
For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the stall stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now,
here
Brian
comes Brian.
Shirley with a
Oh,
scratch
with a
for
scratch.
Brian Shirley.
Now I kind of had time to regroup myself because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
And we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin, folks. Man, that backcountry class was incredible. What a little upset at the end with Jerry Clemens putting it all together. That is just a taste of what's in store, folks. Today is going to just keep getting more and more exciting. Let's get to the adventure class. We're going to start things up with Don Wade in the 2023 Patriot Super Patriot. Luke Spohr is going to be flying for you in a 2024 Legend Super Cub. It's a MOAC. Micah Lindstrom in the 2023 Badlands Traveler. Brian Steck in a 2024 American Legend MOAC. Guess what? Colin Kaniva in another MOAC, this one from 2014. And Jeff Daly bringing up the rear, also flying Warhorse, that 2023 Badlands Traveler. Two different pilots flying in two different heats in the same aircraft. This aircraft you see on the screen right now, Warhorse, is
it's a beast.
It's upsetting. It's upsetting the natural occurrence of things in this class, changing things up, and we're definitely seeing the performance of what it can do, and we're going to see it twice today, which is going to be a real treat.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, I'm thinking about this class coming up here and these airplanes taxiing out. We've got the bold Warhorse and the beautiful Patriot aircraft. So I'm going to call this adventure class today the Bold and the Beautiful.
Okay.
As we come out today. So exciting to see such a diverse crew, lots of return pilots coming in. We got some crazy modifications going on with Brian Steck's aircraft. It's a beast. So much fun to watch. Let's get into it. Here we go.
All right, so from Helena, Alabama, in the 2024 Patriot Aircraft Super Patriot Mark II, race number 54, it's Don Wade.
Don's the owner of Patriot Aircraft, and look at this beautiful paint scheme on there. It's intended to portray the beautiful sunset in the mountains where he's from. Just a fantastic display of what you can do on the exterior of your aircraft, but you're also in for a treat what it can do in STOL. It's Don Wade in the Patriot. Beautiful Super Cub. Absolutely gorgeous. The beautiful.
Yeah, the bold and the beautiful, just like you said.
Just dramatically gorgeous. From nose cone to tail.
Dramatically gorgeous is what people called me in college.
I don't doubt it, Ryan.
Next up, taxiing to the line from Emory, Texas, in the 2024 Super Legend HP race 719. It's Luke Spohr.
Yeah, Legend's been really pushing the envelope in the backcountry, especially in STOL. We're so happy for them to do that. This HP version has some surprises. It's got a little extra ponies in there from Legend. Luke Spohr. This is going to be a lot of fun with that Kato ground adjustable on there. Just really pulls like a stump. He could attach that thing to a rope and do what tractors do. Has so much power.
Going to be amazing to watch that new spec plane from Legend Aircraft compete today. And now, from Malacca, Minnesota, in the 2024 Jeff Daly Badlands Traveler, it's called Warhorse. This time it's piloted by Micah Lindstrom.
This aircraft will surprise you, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly has made quite an impression in the circuit this season. The Warhorse out of Nebraska. Micah Lindstrom normally competing in a Cessna 170. This is a brand new aircraft for him. I actually talked to him this morning. He says he's got a grand total of 6.5 hours in this thing, but he's doing really well in the competition. Really excited to see the Badlands Traveler.
And I don't know if I'm spoiling anything, but Micah is actually building his own Badlands Traveler right now.
Absolutely. It'll be fun to see these aircraft. You know, an aircraft that capable can't be anything but popular among these backcountry STOL pilots because, you know, when you have a capable airplane, it just makes things so much fun. It just makes the backcountry so accessible, all these little landing strips that we love to play on, whether it be in the river bottoms or on the hillsides. Boy, the Badlands Traveler is making quite a splash, along with all these aircraft. All these Super Cub-type aircraft are just amazingly capable, and we're about to see an impressive display.
Yeah, you're seeing variations and evolutions and innovation based on an established theme with these aircraft. And if we look at, you know, we've got the Super Patriot taxiing up to the line. That is Patriot Aircraft's, you know, homage and variation and how they want to bring the history back with the Patriot Aircraft. You know, then you've got the Super Legend behind it, the Super Legend AP. Later we're going to see some MOACs, the mother of all Cubs from Legend Aircraft. Those are maybe more rooted in the history a little bit stronger. Here we go with Don Wade in the Patriot.
Here's Don. Sounds like he's got some ponies under there. Beautiful takeoff roll there. He just flew it right off the ground, not really employing that tail high technique that some of the other pilots go with, but a very, very good takeoff for Don Wade in the Patriot.
Here's Luke Spohr now in the silver and black Legend Aircraft. Excited to see what he's going to do with this thing.
Yeah, they're beautiful new aircraft from Legend. Love it. Listen to that propeller. Wow.
Okay, we're sub 150 feet for Luke Spohr.
Yeah, very, very short there. Just shy of 150 feet. He'll be happy with that one, especially with this crosswind these pilots are contending with. Now here's Micah in Warhorse, the Badlands Traveler. You know, it's kind of funny. They chose the race number 247. I like to say, how often does he kick butt? 24/7. And it proves it right there with that impressive
right
takeoff.
There in the adventure class, the gauntlets have been dropped. Don Wade's first takeoff. He's coming around the bend now at 180 feet. Luke Spohr, 135 feet. But here comes Warhorse with Micah Lindstrom at the controls. That takeoff, folks, a stunning 84 feet.
Definitely our shortest takeoff of the day. Micah Lindstrom, just no stranger to the pressure of the competition circuit. I'm excited to see what these guys are going to do today. Things should tighten up. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Here's Don Wade now, low over the grass.
Nice. Beautiful stabilized approach.
Close to the line.
We
Lexi
might have to.
She doesn't know.
Yeah, we might have to go to the replay on there. He was nice and low coming over.
That call under review. We're going to watch the replay in the booth here. Here he comes now, frame by frame. Ooh. Looks close. You can actually see Lexi go, I don't know.
It
that
looks
was close.
even close from the video.
And they're calling it a scratch from the booth. I can't. We're not the judges.
If he touches the paint, that's the rule, right? If he touches that white paint on the line, it's a scratch. And so we'll go with the official determination there. Here's the Legend Cub. Beautiful approach. over the line. Gave up a little bit of feet there, Ryan.
Gave up a little bit of distance, and he's rolling out maybe further than I'd expect.
Not very
right
aggressive.
At 300.
Yeah. I think he knew that wasn't his best performance, so I think he just kind of maybe saving the heat on the brakes for the next round. We'll see. But that airplane can do a lot shorter than that. These conditions obviously playing a major, major role in the performance of these pilots and the aircraft. But here comes Micah Lindstrom, quite a bit slower than the other two.
This is a new wing design.
All metal.
And really helps with the top-end speed of the aircraft as well. Here he comes now, holding it off. It's going to be good over the line, dropping it in on those gear, heavy on the brakes, and right around a little over 150 for Micah Lindstrom.
That'll put him in solid first place unofficially in this first round. He did give a little bit of distance up. I noticed he set down somewhere in the 50-foot range there, so he could clean that up quite a bit. All three of these pilots being challenged by the crosswind, and it's not just a steady crosswind. We can feel that the wind is shifting and constantly churning and changing, which is really proving to be a challenge for every class today.
So as they taxi back now, I want to talk about one of our sponsors, and you might not be surprised to know that it's time to talk about Legend Aircraft. We've got Luke Spohr taxiing in front of you right now in a Legend Aircraft. The Legend Cub is continuing to be one of the most coveted American-manufactured sport aircraft. It's a modern Legend, and anyone who's flown one considers the Legend Cub to be one of the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. And like I mentioned, it's an all-new factory-built aircraft. It's designed in the spirit of the legendary Pipers, the J3, the PA-18. Combines the best of the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. American Legend Aircraft Company has engineered in all the modern safety, comfort, and convenience options you can find. You can find Legend Aircraft at Oshkosh, right off of Boeing Plaza, booth 379 and 386. And you're going to see more Legend Aircraft competing in the next heat of Adventure Class.
All right, here we go. Don Wade is rolling up. We do have some traffic. This is an open airport, so we're going to hold for just a moment. And while we have a little bit of hold, I want to talk about what I feel about these sponsors. As a raving fan, as a volunteer here at National STOL, take a look at those flags along the line. All these are sponsors that have donated money to help make all this possible. And for one, I am extremely grateful for their support, bringing this to you and making this all possible.
Don Wade taking off for a second there, Corey. More crosswind than we've seen yet today. I noticed his left wing went up into the wind. I'm noticing the flags are almost non-existent for us visually, which means the wind's coming right at the booth now, right across the runway. Luke Spohr in the HP.
Wow! Ryan, that was a fantastic performance from Luke Spohr, especially in these conditions. That was extremely short. I think he was just long or short of 100 feet there. Wow, that was awesome.
Luke Spohr, a heavy hitter in the series since the start.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to competition and performing very, very well. So that puts the heat on this man, Micah Lindstrom.
Micah Lindstrom taking a big bite. Oh!
What? Oh, my
Off
gosh.
around 75 feet, give or take.
That was
incredible.
Shockingly short. So with Luke Spohr's takeoff coming in at 106 feet and Micah Lindstrom even shortening to 79 feet, ladies and gentlemen. That puts the pressure on everybody in both this round and the likes of Brian Steck, Colin Kaniva, Jeff Daly, and John Young that are going to come up in the next round.
Currently, Micah in first place from that first run with a combined score of 236. Luke Spohr with 435, but a dramatic reduction from him on the takeoff as well. Here comes Don Wade now in the Super Patriot. Definitely wins awards for the prettiest aircraft, I think. Here we go. Over the line. Heavy on those brakes, Don Wade. keeping the stick back. That aircraft Don wanted me to mention, normally piloted by former Air Force Thunderbird Trevor Aldridge on the circuit, but Trevor had some real-life work things he had to do, and so Don said, you know what? I built it. I'll fly it.
Absolutely, and you can tell he's definitely capable. I got to tell you, man, you are witnessing some really amazing, impressive displays of what the aircraft and these pilots, what they're capable of. Just so much fun. You know, I'm watching that aircraft roll out, and it doesn't seem like he's getting very effective braking, it being a brand new airplane.
So it's interesting you mentioned that because he saved it with the throttle to get over the line, but then to let it roll out like that is curious. And you were going to say maybe the brakes not totally functioning correctly yet if it's brand new, like they got to get broken in or something like that? Or you
I don't
just
know.
babying it?
I just don't know. Maybe it's a new airplane and he's just flying conservatively and he's just having a great time. But and that's more or less what I suspect.
And a nice landing for Micah. Going to be real short again.
Unbelievable performance from the Badlands Traveler, continuing to be consistently impressive. Fantastic. We've got Curtis in the pits. Let's go to the pits. How you doing?
Scott Sweet, we got you in the pits, man. How you doing?
So today was good. I mean, like the winds were a lot better than yesterday in practice. We had a little bit of tailwind, I think, one of the runs. But other than that, it was much. I like landing on that 3.6 better. It's a little uphill. It's a little better to get on the line. So yeah, it was a good day, man. It was a good day. I had a good takeoff, and we'll just have to keep at it and try to get Jerry and Pole at the next one. But yeah, good day.
So that was Scott Sweet in the Belanca from the last class, and everyone's taxiing back for another go. Just talk to race control a little bit. One thing that we're hearing from the pilots is while we do have the crosswind happening here at the actual race course, they are getting like a 10 to 15 knot tailwind pushing them on final approach. And so that's going to be certainly, Corey, something you've got to keep tabs on as you come in.
Absolutely. And on the ground here, we can't really tell what's going on even 50, 60, 70 feet up. And that is definitely the talk of the day in the pits. And also, obviously, we're talking about it plenty as well. These conditions, the story of the day, really challenging these pilots. But wow, how impressive. Everybody putting on an absolute show for us here in Hartford.
Yeah, let's walk through the scores. Right now, Michael Lindstrom, after 2 runs, your first place of the adventure class, 187 feet. Don Wade with 375, and Luke Sporer with 406. And I agree with you. I think he could probably get that a lot shorter. Here's Don Wade on the roll.
Boy, his engine sounds so healthy.
And he's off pretty short. He's a humble pilot. I was talking to him last night. He's very humble about his skills, and I was like, I don't know, Don. Like, you could throw down with these guys. Don't sell yourself short. Here's Luke Sporer on the line in the Super Legend HP. Excited to learn more about that aircraft as it becomes more widely available. Tail low this time. Here he goes, getting it up, and a nice pull for Luke Sporer on that takeoff. Micah Lindstrom in Warhorse coming up to the line. Best takeoff so far for Micah Lindstrom, 79 feet. And he's going to be hoping to improve on that even more. Pending the wind. Here he is, tail up, taking a big bite. What? Okay, we may have improved from 79 feet. And you saw him push that tail up so aggressively, that prop coming down, just tickling the grass a little bit. No big deal. Here we go. We've got a competition on our hands.
That is a fun-looking approach to the trees.
Cool shot here for Don Wade coming in around the trees here at Hartford.
That's as backcountry as it gets right there, courtesy of Don Wade from Patriot Aircraft. That is such a cool vantage point. Look at that beautiful airplane coming in. Nice high alpha approach. Now he's fighting that tailwind. I think that may be why he came in low.
Right
Nice
on
job.
the line. Lexi's calling it good. He's just got to get it stopped right around the 200-foot mark for Don Wade.
So you have to wonder if the other competitors are watching Don Wade's approach, maybe simplifying the approach a little bit by getting into the lower altitude and getting into the ground winds, the surface winds. That might be a smart approach for Don Wade there. Very good landing. Here's the beautiful Legend Cove, that silver and black, so dramatic. And once again, just being very light on the controls. Just looks like he's having a Sunday stroll in his airplane.
Yeah,
there you go.
Like every single landing, he's stopped at that 300-foot mark.
Yeah, I think that they have maybe something going on. Maybe they're just, having a great time. I'm suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be. Here we go. The Badlands Traveler. He's got it dialed in.
Micah coming in higher than Don did. And look at, you got the flaps dropped all down. Look at this brand new wing on this Badlands Traveler.
He looks like he's coming in a little faster than his last one. That might cause a little bit longer rollout, but very short still.
Look at that, and just holding it perfectly horizontal.
You know, Micah's no stranger to flying, and you can tell that this crosswind, he kept a little bit extra speed because he wanted to get that score. So just protecting that first place position. 130 feet, so definitely longer than his last one, but holding on to first place.
And as Warhorse taxis back, the builder himself is on the mic. Jeff Daly's in the pits with us.
Micah's flying my airplane right now, but I think he pretty much got everything it's got in it out of it. But we're going to get in and see what we can do.
Awesome,
so,
Jeff.
back to you.
Thanks,
so
Jeff.
much, Jeff. That was awesome. It's the first pilot to say back to you.
I know,
that was
that's
nice. Great. Jeff's got our back. So they're all taxiing back there, and look at some of the beasts that have come out to play. We'll talk about them more in detail in a second, but I got to say, just for those of you that have kids in the crowd right now, make sure they've got hearing protection on if you got it, because this next plane, the gray and blue one in particular, is loud. And I want to give a shout out to some special kids in the crowd right now. My daughters and my wife are here, Emily and Elaine. They came out to watch Dad at the hometown show, so I don't know where they are in the crowd right now, but you can give a wave, everybody. Give a round of applause to my kids for putting up with Dad's crazy time. Oh, I got it right there. Thanks so much, folks. Thanks for
We can
saying hi
see
to
you.
the
Ryan
kids.
can
hey,
see you,
Emily
kids.
and Elaine, give us a wave, kids.
There they are.
I love you guys. Yeah, there they are on the
How
screen.
cute.
They're the best. So you can see Elaine's got her hearing protection on, and that's a good thing to do with high strung. Yeah, we did all right. We're doing all right with those kids. This airplane here that Brian Steck's flying is a loud one. So
it is. He was practicing last night and dialing that engine in for this altitude, and I got to tell you, all the way from the hangars, I was closing my ears. I was plugging my ears. It was so loud. So, ladies and gentlemen on the flight line, that is your fair warning.
Yeah, we warned you like 7 times. It's going to be loud.
It's loud, and it's impressive. We're about to see, like, a dragster. He flies this in the STOL drag competition. That's why this aircraft was built, and it lives up to the name.
The other interesting things about this is that this airplane that Brian Steck has built, it's very custom. He worked collaboratively, with Legend Aircraft, designed a different wing profile. And Willem Dafoe in the chat saying, looking awesome. Too bad I couldn't make it this year. Hoping to see y'all soon. We would love to see you too, brother.
Yeah,
Hope
absolutely.
you're doing well.
William, one of my favorite humans on the face of this earth. Just
He's
absolutely
okay.
love him.
He's okay.
William, I hope to see you again soon, buddy.
So just repainting the line now to help with the visual acquisition of the pilots. And looks like Brian Steck is firing up. So here's Brian Steck taxiing up to the line in high strung. And he's going to come around to we can introduce them to you all formally in just a second. Let's go back to the scores. Look, they're right below my face right there. There we go. Right now, you've got Micah Lindstrom holding tight in first place with 215 feet. Don Wade actually in second place with a combined score of 375. Oh, I apologize. I got the score wrong for Micah Lindstrom. 187 feet for Micah Lindstrom, 375 for Don Wade, and 406 for Luke Spohr. So now you've got some real purpose-built airplanes coming out of the gate again, and you've got Jeff Daly in the saddle of Warhorse.
Absolutely. And speaking of purpose-built, Ryan, these airplanes were built for fun, because that's exactly what this is. Whether you're in the backcountry or whether you're at a STOL competition or just cruising around on a lazy Sunday, these airplanes are amazingly fun. And most of them very easy to fly, actually. You want the easiest airplanes to fly when you're in the backcountry. So that is what it's all about. Ira Walker tuning in on social. Absolutely talking about Rocky Mountain STOL here in a couple weeks. This is part of a national tour, and it's a points race as well. Let's introduce some of the pilots. Up first, it's Brian Steck. He's got a brand new 2024. It's his first is it his first national STOL with this one? No, it's his second. But he's brand new with this airplane, the blue, the gray, and the blue again, the Legend aircraft with a highly modified barn-burning engine from Mineola, Texas. It's Brian Steck. Absolutely, such a fun competitor to watch, and like we said before, plug those ears. And one of our favorite competitors, a crowd favorite for sure, in the green and silver Legend Cub, it's Colin Kaniva, all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska. I guess it's not that far. But he's also sponsored by Clemens Aviation. Jerry Clemens, the owner of that company, who just took the last class. He's a dad, an entrepreneur. He's one of our favorites, the legendary Evil Kaniva, Colin Kaniva. And we've seen Warhorse before, so this will come as no surprise that it will perform. Jeff Daly spent all winter putting this aircraft together, and an aircraft it is. From Nebraska, Jeff Daly in Warhorse. Yeah!
Really excited to see Warhorse compete with Jeff Daly at the controls. It'll be fun to see how he and Micah compare to each other. Obviously, Jeff's got a lot more time in Warhorse, and so he knows it a little bit better than Micah. But they're both amazing bush pilots and amazing competitive pilots. So we'll see how that tightens up. We are going to also see some airplanes that are like actual working planes, right? Like Warhorse, not only does it compete, it also is moving people around.
Yeah,
at
absolutely.
work for Jeff Daly.
And that's one of the things I love to do with my airplanes, and Jeff Daly and I have that in common. He is actually a full-time rancher. In fact, if you want to follow him on Instagram, you can follow him at sky_ranchin', and he puts out tons of fun content if you're interested to see what he does kind of when he's not competing, when he's not flying around having a great time. He utilizes this aircraft to make his job easier, moving aircraft or moving equipment around and supplies around on the ranch.
And we just heard from race control that we've got some traffic landing on runway 27 here at Hartford. So keep your eyes out for some cool transient traffic. Yesterday we had a lot of vans, RVs in the pattern doing cool formation takeoffs and overhead brakes and things like that. And then we also had a beautiful twin. Actually, we can see it off in the distance. Did you ever walk over to it and see what it was last night?
Yeah. I can't remember what it is. I think it has one of those Hershey bar wings on there. It's just not coming to my mind right now.
That's all right. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It doesn't need to be aviation trivia with Ryan and Corey right now. So waiting for that landing traffic right now. We are about to start the second heat of the adventure class here at Sodbusters. While we do that, while we wait, let's talk about some of our sponsors. We have a lot of sponsors that offer prize considerations this year for pilots. So Lift Aviation is an example. You might have seen a bright red helmet on one of our competitors. That's a Lift Aviation helmet that they provide so that our folks can be safe. They offer helmets to certain winners in certain classes throughout the season. Aero LED providing prize consideration. Sarasota Avionics bringing the Garmin goods for everyone, those Garmin watches, things like that. Really appreciate that. iFly EFB. They actually are providing their software to people. And here comes Brian Steck. It's loud. Oh, it's off so short.
Wow, that was impressive. I cannot believe what I just saw. In fact, I don't think anybody heard what we were saying when he was taking off.
I don't know what I was saying. I yelled so loud in surprise I started coughing. Here's Colin Kaniva.
Just took your breath away.
It did take my breath away.
Holy smokes, that was impressive. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Now up next, it's Colin Kaniva and his Legend Cub. This is a beautiful airplane. Flown alongside Colin, had some fun in the backcountry with him.
In the MOAC.
Wow.
Look at that. And crabbing and then having to slip out of that crossman. It looks like it's a little bit heavier, a few feet off the ground there. Here is Jeff Daly coming up to the line in Warhorse. The best takeoff from Micah was 84 feet. Jeff Daly, he's off.
Right about same as Micah. I'd say probably pretty dang close to 84 feet there. But wow, Brian Steck putting in a ridiculous score. 59 feet on that takeoff for Brian Steck. Absolutely hammering the competition.
It's okay to go, whoa, or ooh, or I don't even know what to say. That was something else. Wait for Colin Kaniva's score to come in as well. Don't forget, everyone, to vote for your favorite pilot. NationalStol.com/vote. NationalStol.com/vote. Vote early, vote often. There are actual prizes on the line for the pilot that garnishes your favor.
Absolutely. So now here's where it all comes together for Brian Steck. He is very good at bringing this aircraft in and landing short. This is the equalizer. This is the landing part. That horsepower doesn't help you. This comes down to aircraft and pilot capability. Here's Brian Steck.
Holding it off. Look at that.
Absolutely fantastic.
That was incredible. Look at him get it stopped. Talk about the power that airplane has on tap. Corey is applauding. It's a standing ovation from Coach Corey in the booth.
Wow, I cannot tell you a better story of controlling an aircraft in difficult conditions. That was an absolute masterclass.
That was something else. Just holding that tail wheel down on the grass, keeping the nose in the air. Here's Colin Kaniva now.
Colin Knieva bringing that beautiful Legend in just over the line. Absolutely perfect, dropping it in, landing it just like he does in his backyard, just shy of 125 feet. Wow.
Really working the gear on that MOAC.
You know, I've landed in his backyard, and he does use that backyard to practice his landings. Pretty cool stuff. Love to see it. Now here comes Jeff in the Badlands Traveler. And we're going to have a minute here because he's got that thing slowed way down.
His best takeoff, or this first takeoff, I should say, 87 feet, which that alone is jaw-dropping, right? Michael Lindstrom's best takeoff was 79.
Very, very competitive in that same aircraft. But, man, oh, man, are we in for some I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is just so much fun.
Here he comes now. Oh, with a scratch for Jeff Daly.
Jeff Daly is hungry. His fangs are out. Warhorse is drooling for the podium, and he wants it bad.
Now, if we were to take the foot or two before the line that he was and add it to his takeoff roll and then compare that to where Michael Lindstrom was at, Jeff Daly's going to have some really short numbers. Speaking of Michael Lindstrom, he's in the pits right now. Look at that. Looking great in that orange shirt. Micah, how's it going?
Yeah, so it was a little challenging today. The winds were a quartering headwind to a quartering tailwind, and I felt like I gave that airplane the best job I could do, and I was really happy with the scores today. But these guys out here flying right now, they're going to give me a run for my money. They're going to be really tough to beat. So,
thanks, Micah. It's really cool to see these pilots be able to chime in. And this is such a fun round of competition. All these pilots laying it all out on the line. The story for me right now is this man, Brian Steck, absolutely crushing his landing, absolutely blowing us away on his takeoff roll. Only 59 feet on his first one. Holy cow, Ryan. I cannot believe how fun this is to watch these guys just play with airplanes.
So this plane, specially built for this, like you mentioned, not only is the engine water-cooled, there's also nitrous. Look at that! Maybe a little bit longer for Brian Steck that time, and I think he covered me up with how loud it was, but I was saying it also has nitrous.
Oh,
there's
does he?
also
Wow.
nitrous in there
That's
as well,
what you're hearing.
giving it shots of nitrous. So there's a lot to get the airplane off and into the air. Here's Colin Knieva up on the line, currently in third place.
Just barking like a junkyard dog, that airplane. Just sounds beautiful. Now listen to Colin's airplane, just absolutely fantastic as well. Tons of horsepower. Holy cow. Wow.
Another
Definitely
loud
improving.
one.
Definitely improved on his first score there. Holy cow. I can't hear you, Ryan.
I have no idea what you're saying. What is even happening, folks? It's loud. What did you say? The bold and the beautiful?
Absolutely proving to be the bold and the beautiful. The adventure class putting on a clinic.
Here comes Jeff Daly in that Badlands Traveler.
Unbelievable performances, one after another. Colin Knieva improving on his score by 3 feet, putting out a 92-foot takeoff roll. And we're talking about 92 feet. My house is shorter than 92 feet.
Yeah, that's less than 2 F-14 Tomcats put together nose to tail.
That's ridiculous.
That's the dumbest piece of aircraft trivia you'll hear today. Hey, I wanted to talk about, we were talking about iFly EFB before. We got to talk about them again. They're bringing together that technology, that real-world flight experience. That's an EFB app, Android, iOS, and Windows. But also, we got to talk about legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They're also providing coffee. They're the official coffee sponsor of National STOL. And it says here that legendary Aviation Coffee is where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. You can use codes.
That sounds like something I would write.
Yeah, yeah, it does sound like something you would write. Code STOL10 for 10% off your order. Here's Brian Steck holding it off again. Good over the line again.
You know what I love about Brian Steck's aircraft is that engine is dialed in, and I can tell that it is very responsive. It doesn't need it doesn't need time to spool up. If he throttles up, that engine just responds instantly, and that is a competitive advantage for sure in these challenging conditions. I know all these pilots are looking at what Brian Steck has done in that aircraft and are taking note.
Colin Kaniva coming in a little hotter, it looks like.
Nice
Cutting that
job.
throttle right at
Very
the right time.
close. We're getting a shrug from Lexi. We don't know if it was good, so we're going to go back to the instant replay. But I got to tell you, that was sub 125 feet. Very consistent flying from Colin. We're looking at the replay now.
Frame by frame, and I'm guessing they're going to call it a scratch. Yep. Race control confirming that was a scratch right on the line for Colin Kaniva, which is a shame because he had that 79-foot takeoff there. Very competitive.
Absolutely. Just matching Brian Steck's 79-foot takeoff, but, you know, unfortunately a scratch for him. That was a really great landing, too, coming in at 115. Here's Jeff Daly in Badlands Traveler. Really high over the line.
Plopping it in. Wow, working those gear for Jeff Daly.
Just proving how durable these airplanes are. He dropped that thing in like it was hot from 15 feet in the air. Wow.
Look at the squat on the replay there for Jeff Daly, really throwing it all out.
So impressive. All these aircraft just really having a great time. Man, this is fun.
Let's recap the scores, Corey, as we head into the third and final run of the adventure class. Brian Steck holding first place. Michael Lindstrom in the Badlands Traveler from the first heat, grabbing second place. Colin Kaniva in third, and Jeff Daly with fourth. And I think he would be much higher if he hadn't scratched that first round.
Right, yeah. You know, Micah Lindstrom holding on to second place. We'll see if that stands, because I know both Colin Kaniva and Jeff Daly are super hungry for that second podium spot. But don't count them out for first place either. Anything can happen with these aircraft. But I got to tell you, Brian is certainly not making it easy for these competitors for sure.
No, Brian, talking to Brian at Appalachian Mountain STOL, he was eyeing up the Warhorse, that time piloted by Jared Garrettson, another pilot that gets his hand in the Badlands Traveler game. By the way, Jared and his family, just beautiful family, very kind people. But, yeah, he was flying it there, and Brian Steck was saying, man, I just spent all year building this plane, and then they bring that?
No doubt.
So far, holding his own against it.
Here we go. Brian Steck's third and final attempt in today's competition. Let's watch, see what he's able to do here. The winds are looking favorable. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, right at about, I'd say if I was guessing very consistently, probably right, just maybe improving on his last one. I'm guessing 77. We don't have a score, but that's what I would say if I was a judge.
His best takeoff was 59 feet. Here's Colin Kaniva, best takeoff last run of 79 feet.
Looks like we have just a 90-degree crosswind for this one. Whoa!
Corey just threw his arms up into the air in the booth. That was a great one by Colin Kaniva. Will it be shorter than 79 feet? Not sure. Jeff Daly on the line now.
I think it was really close to that 79 feet or 80 feet. Very, very close to that. Yeah, 80 feet to the official score. And here's Jeff. Maybe an early pole there. Probably cost him at least 15 feet on that one. Heartbreaker for Jeff Daly. That crosswind definitely getting into the head of these pilots. And that's looking good for Micah to beat the Badlands Traveler competition, because we all know that there's the grudge matches.
Between
and
the two of them, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, if you want to go learn more about the Badlands Traveler, go to Sky_Ranchin' on Instagram. Super fun.
Question in the chat from Matt saying, where is Micah's 170? and I believe he sold it to build a Badlands Traveler just like the one he's flying today. So that's something he's working on. Micah also flying around here in a beautiful Vans RV4 doing fast
look at this,
type
Ryan.
flying. Here, look at Brian Steck now.
Just hang it on the prop. Oh, my
hold
goodness.
Hold it. Ooh.
Did he get it over the line? That was crazy. Wow.
What's your vote in the crowd, folks? Was it good? I can't hear you over the plane. The plane's way too loud. It's under review in the booth.
Oh, it's so close, and it was so close to the camera. That might even be difficult for the officials to call. It looks good to me, but it was so close to the line.
Looked like after review that was called a scratch for Brian Steck. Currently in first place, though, still with a...
He had such a great first run. Hard to beat that one. So he'll be comfortable in that first place position, looks like. And Colin Caneva dropping it out. That air just looked like it, poof, gone. No air for Colin.
He's just gonna run that one out. He's holding steady in third place. And so now it's really up to Jeff Daly in Warhorse.
Man, the competition is so fierce. It really comes down to, can Jeff Daly take advantage of this headwind that we're seeing right now? Right there, that Ladd Gardner insurance flag at the 100-foot mark is showing a headwind. So we'll see if it holds out for Jeff. He's got to put in a beautifully executed landing here. And he does over the line.
One. Oof. But still a little bit over 100 feet combined with that longer takeoff.
Yeah, I'm guessing somewhere right at about 100 feet. That puts him in contention, but I don't know if it's going to do it over Micah. His takeoff was a little bit long at 108 feet for this round. Right at 100 feet, so 208 would be his score, and that keeps him in fourth place.
Whoa, so Micah and Jeff got some talking to do.
Absolutely.
After everyone gets position here. We'll go to the awards here. But I want to talk about, if you're enjoying this in the crowd, which I'm guessing you are, we would love to have you join us in Pinedale, Wyoming for Rocky Mountain STOL August 16th and 17th. And then in September 6th and 7th, we're going to be up in Oregon for Oregon Trail STOL. So two great and exciting shows coming up later this summer. We'll be back with more STOL action right after this.
What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks, everyone? My name's Ryan Dabrowski. Below me on your screen, the legend himself, Burstix TV, in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL, E-STOL today. And now we are ready for our second ever, if I'm not mistaken. race course here from this Robinson, flying over as we get ready for our unlimited class.
It's on Microsoft Flight Sim over on flightsim.to. The Rans S6S.
Coming in hot.
Nice landing, soft and dainty.
It's crazy. Like, I'm doing the math of that. I'm going, oh man, how much did that cost? But maybe we'll save that. We'll save that for another time.
That's goals right there. That is goals. If we all had that flight simulator set up, I think we'd spend even less time, you know, in the real world. And I don't know. Maybe I'll stay away from the VR. That's why I'm scared of it. I don't want to get VR and then, you know, not come out of my room for a couple days.
And we are back here, Sodbusters 2024. What an I did a lot of yelling in that class. Did you guys hear me? It was an exciting one, right? They're tired from all the yelling too. Everyone, give it up for the adventure class here at Sodbusters 2024. Gentlemen, do you know how it ended up? I think they would. Usually they lie to me and they do know, but they doesn't seem like they know. Okay, here we go. And by the way, you can get the full scores either online during the broadcast or go to nationalstol.com. You can get the live scores. Excuse me. In third place, things were getting tight, even with the tight winds here. Combined score of 194 feet. Third place, Colin Kaniva. In second place, with a combined score of 187 feet, Micah Lindstrom. Get up there, Micah. And in first place, with a combined score of 141 feet, the man who made you all deaf today, Brian Steck. Brian, get over here. Brian, wait, don't go too far. Brian, talk to us a little bit about, this is now the second competition with the airplane. You're dialing it in. How's it going?
Well, it does still need some more dialing in, but it seems to be doing pretty well. The takeoffs are great. I need to work on my landings, really, is what I need to do. I need to just get those better and figure out what I can do, how I can see, all that kind of stuff. Just like same challenges everybody else faces, but it's just a new aircraft.
New aircraft, 2 competitions in. What are we going to see at the third one? What are you tweaking? Can you give us any hints?
I'm going to tweak a little on the plane and a lot on me, I think, if I can figure out some places to go practice.
Very good. Well, congratulations. Get up there. Everyone, that's your adventure class for Sodbusters 2024.
Hold those trophies high.
We're going to get a quick picture.
All right. And then put the trophies straight down, but don't.
And they are going to celebrate
And after this, we are headed over to sport class. Oh, look out. Congratulations, guys. Oh, man, they just absolutely pegged Brian. Everyone, get ready for more National STOL action. After this, we're going to the sport class. 3 heats. They're being fools back there. We'll be back right after this.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. And now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
Gonna grab 110.
Rick,
taking the big bounce.
Okay.
He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld. My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Xena 750, flying in the Spark class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation. I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Xena 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps, and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly Just Aircraft Highlander, and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it, and you learn from it, and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background, and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
Welcome back to Hartford, Wisconsin. We're in the middle of Sodbusters 2024. Just wrapped up the adventure class, and we're moving on to the sport class. We've got a real deep sport class. It's so thick with competitors. Let's look at the lineup right now. Starting us off, we've got Gary Varga in the 2012 World Aircraft Vision. Matt Dorsum will be flying in a Kit Fox 4. Dakota Hudak, Kit Fox 4. TJ Johnson in a Kit Fox Model 5. Levi Nogues in the Storch. Nick Ardillo in a Cub Crafters SS. And then after them, you'll have Stan Shimkus in a 2016 Carbon Cub. Kirk Miles in a 2007 Cub Crafters. Christian Griwan in a 2021 Just Aircraft Super STOL. Brandon Rice in a Rands S7. Dennis Rowe coming out in the Just Highlander, that one powered by a Yamaha motor. Jared Garrettson flying a unique airplane this time. He's always into the unique airplanes. This one, a 2004 Just Summit. And
looking forward to this class.
And then we have even more after that. We've got Lee Boyd in a Carbon Cub. Joel Milloway in an S7. and Pat McIntyre also in a Rans S7. So you've got 15 competitors in the sport class here at Sodbusters. We got to divide them into 3 heats, and in every heat, you've got someone who has made a name for themselves in National STOL. In this first heat, you've got Levi Nogues coming out to play, Nick Ardillo and Christian Griwan in the second heat. And if I look up here, we've got Dennis Rowe, who just won Appalachian Mountain STOL, Jared Garrettson, we've been talking about all day, and Joel Milloway, Lee Boyd, and Pat McIntyre rounding it out. That is going to be a fun competition to watch.
Really, really is. We just had a comment on social a little while ago. Somebody asked what STOL meant, Ryan. What does STOL mean?
You
Super
put me on the spot.
duper.
It's super arrow to over landing. What?
Nope.
No, it's short takeoff and
that's
landing.
his YouTube
It's
channel.
Short takeoff and landing. I had to get a little plug in there. Short takeoff and landing, folks.
Yeah, it means short takeoff and landing, and that's the name of the game. That's why we're here, is learn how to take off and land short in a safe, controlled environment so we can take these skills and translate them into the backcountry. Some people just love to compete, so, let's come out and let's do it and let's have some fun. This class is stacked with absolute talent. It's going to be so much fun. The story is obviously continuing to be today. The weather conditions are proving to be a challenge for all of the competitors. We're going to have a very full 5 airplane first class here. Are we going to run all 5 at once?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're going for it.
So that's a lot of busy as we get started in the sport class. These are the accessible aircraft. These are what you would buy if you're, I don't want to say budget, but these are some of the more affordable aircraft. No. You're looking at the Kit Fox. You can get into one of those for the price of a bass fishing boat. I mean, they're very, very reasonably priced. You can get into these aircraft and have a lot of fun and dance with the clouds.
Dance with the clouds. I love that. Here's the thing. What Corey's saying is true. All these aircraft, a lot of them in this class in particular, not only for the price of a bass boat, less than most people's Ford F-150 or other such hashtag not a sponsor, any big truck.
Yeah.
You're going to spend a lot more on the truck than any of these airplanes. And on top of that, the motors that most of these are running, very fuel efficient. So you're burning less gas to go play. That's what this is all about.
Everything about these airplanes starts with a capital F, which means fun. And it's fun from the budget perspective. It's fun because you get to go in the sky and play, but you can also do some STOL. And you're going to see a lot of diversely designed aircraft. This first one, as we get into the introduction here, why don't you go ahead and kick off the Gary Varga introduction?
Absolutely. So this guy right here, everyone give it up for Gary Varga. He's from Burlington, Wisconsin, flying that 2012 World Aircraft Company Miss America Sentinel Vision, race number 69, Gary Varga.
So much fun. Gary and I had an opportunity to sit down and break some bread last night, had dinner with him around the campfire, and he wants to get into flying some sandbars. He's here from Wisconsin, so he's really excited. He's got the big tires on Miss America. This airplane does really, really well. It doesn't take off and land the absolute shortest, but it does prove that you can bring what you currently own and have a great time here at National STOL.
From Lancaster, Kansas, in race number 95, a 1995 Kit Fox 4, it's Matt Dorsum.
Love the traditional, the old school, as some would say, round cowling on his Kit Fox Model 4. A lot of the pilots have gone to the new square cowling, which we'll see here in a moment. But that is a beautiful model. Kit Fox Model 4, such a fun competitor. Awesome.
And you notice that it says in real big letters on there, Yamaha Apex. So not running this normally what you'd see under the cowling in a Kit Fox Model 4.
Yeah, those Yamahas are extremely lightweight and capable engines, put out a lot of horsepower for the amount that they weigh. That's why you're able to shoehorn so much power into such a small package.
From Floodwood, Minnesota, in a 2007 Kit Fox Model 4, race 120, Dakota Hudak.
Dakota put on quite a show yesterday, did a really great job from Minnesota. Not very far, so he's used to these swirly, calm, crosswindy conditions. We're going to have a lot of fun watching Yankee Tango in that white. See the square cowling? That's what I was talking about earlier. A little bit different, same aircraft design. Dakota Hudak.
From Franklin, Michigan, in another white Kit Fox. This one's a 2021 Kit Fox 5. It's race 58, TJ Johnson.
Another Kit Fox. These are such capable backcountry airplanes. So fun. Made popular, extremely popular by the venerable Trent Palmer. Having such a great time. TJ Johnson. Here's a weird one.
Here's a weird one. from Belton, Texas, in a 2007, it says Slepchev Storch. He also calls it a Fiesler Storch. It's a scaled-down version of the Storch from World War II. In race 55, Levi Nogues.
Levi is such a fun character to follow on social media. You can find him on his website, flywithlevi.com. In the Storch, having a great time. It's Levi Nogues.
Levi also usually wins the best mustache of the weekend competition.
Absolutely. You know, he is probably one of the most fun guys on the circuit, just always having a great time, smiles for miles all the way from Texas. This is going to be a really fun class today, Ryan. Really looking forward to it.
And we've, like I said at the top, I think we have enough of the heavy hitters spread out across all the different heats that you could potentially see someone from any of the heats bring down the podium.
And that's the thing about this class. I'm looking at all these numbers, and it's hard to say who has the competitive advantage. Yesterday, it was completely opposite of what we expected. So I'm throwing all of my expectations out the window, and I'm just going to wait and see and enjoy what happens here today.
Gary Varga ready to go with the green flag.
You'll notice Miss America, pretty consistent, right at about 200 feet there. Perfect takeoff there from Gary Varga.
He was very Gary Varga.
Gary Varga.
Gary Varga made his first appearance at Sodbusters, I believe, 2 years ago, and he's really refined his flying. We've seen him become a more capable, a more conscious and thoughtful STOL pilot, and it's really fun to see him still in the circuit. Here is Matt Dorsum.
Yeah, we'll listen to that Yamaha Apex motor. Quite a bit different sound than the Rotax. Absolute fantastic takeoff performance, coming in somewhere about 130, 135 feet. Beautiful takeoff. Matt Dorsum will be happy with that one.
Dakota Hudak coming up to the line now in Yankee Tango, that white Kit Fox Model 4. And we get a little bit of crosswind action. You can see the pilots cheating to their right of the runway, trying to grab as much of that crosswind on the nose of the aircraft.
Here we go. He's on the takeoff row. Now Dakota's going to put in some coals here. Watch that tail come up. Good rotation. Not very aggressive on the rotation.
It felt like he took off. Like the plane was ready to fly before he was. If he would have pulled back a little bit sooner, I think it would have come off the ground very easily.
Still an impressive performance there, but I do agree with you, Ryan. That plane was ready to rock.
TJ Johnson in the Kit Fox 5.
This will be fun. This one's very, very closely matched to all these Kit Foxes.
Rotax 912 power, purring away.
A little bit more horsepower, but sometimes with that extra horsepower adds a little bit more weight on that nose, which causes those takeoffs to be a little bit longer. But boy, he sure has a advantage in the cruise setting for sure in that Kit Fox. Now here's the Storch, Ryan. This one does quite a bit different takeoffs. You'll notice that landing gear comes and extends about an entire foot as he takes off.
Already flying, but the wheels are still on the ground because they just extend and extend and extend. And Levi's talked about how that is almost a disadvantage for him, those wheels staying on the ground so long.
But the camo makes up for it, I think.
Yeah,
It's just because you can't see it land.
It's cool and it's weird. And the other thing, inside of it, I got to poke around inside of it a little bit. All the control, it's all push rods and things inside. They're all exposed, and in bright red it says, don't touch, don't touch, don't touch, everywhere, because your passenger could be reaching and grabbing them.
Absolutely.
It's all this safety there. So here comes Gary Varga now on final approach, higher up over the trees.
Let's see how these sport class pilots handle these swirly winds. It's definitely proven to be a challenge, and this is the challenge right here, the landing. Very, very high degree of complexity. As you can see here, coming in quite conservatively, giving up about, I don't know, Ryan, about 100 feet there or so.
Maybe 100, almost 125 feet given up there by Gary Varga, but good over the line. And I think it's important to mention to folks that this sport class is, primarily defined by the fact that sport aircraft are 1,320 pounds. We got some hacky sack going on over there, shirtless hacky sack, which is arguably the best kind. Here comes Matt Dorsum over the line. Again, giving up a lot, bouncing along in that Kit Fox.
So beautiful, that airplane, though. I'm a big fan of that, the paint scheme and the classic round killing. I just love watching him fly. That was kind of fun to watch. That's what you'd kind of see, happening on a sandbar with all the, the whoops and the waves that, some of those sandbars have, created by Mother Nature. So it's normal to see the Bush pilots bring it in and bounce them home.
So these aircraft, though, lighter than what you've seen thus far. They're very light. And so we have the swirly winds.
Yeah, these
diving in there.
Yeah,
planting those main gear.
So he knows that the best way to get him stopped is to get on the brakes. Looks like he's taking a little bow or something there, little victory lap.
Issued a warning there for that kind of pirouetted landing. We measure from the furthest tire away from the line in that case. Burst of power, engine off. No more thrust coming out of that thing, and we're stopped.
One of the important things to mention as we saw that kind of pirouette landing there is directional control is supremely important in the backcountry. You could be landing between a row of trees or on a narrow sandbar or even on a mountain ridge. So maintaining that directional control while braking is critical. So that's why Ryan mentioned that he got a warning from the air boss. Here comes Levi. Watch his approach in that storage. Just a very distinctive aircraft, Ryan. Just a beautiful, different approach.
Here's Levi now compressing, and just watch it squat down. It has so much gear travel.
Just sets down, looks so smooth as it settles into those shocks. And a beautiful short landing, just shy of maybe 150 feet or so is the distance perhaps there. Just really beautiful, beautiful first round from the sport class. And like Ryan was saying, these wind conditions with the swirling winds, especially this crosswind situation, these are the aircraft that are most susceptible to that. So these pilots are definitely working very hard in those cockpits.
As we see the storage taxi by there, I want to make sure you give a round of applause to Levi Nogues. We've got a lot of ex-military competitors, and he's one of them. Everything from the Navy to the Marines to Green Beret, Army Special Forces, Army helicopter pilot. Levi has served your country in almost every way possible there. So really love to see him out and competing. Gary Varga now trying to grab, look at that angle, how much he's biting out of the crosswind there. There are rules about how aggressive an angle you can take against the crosswind. You got to line up with the furthest flag. You can't be any more aggressively towards the sides then the furthest flag away in those flags, the national STOL flag at the end there is the one I'm referring to. So Gary Vargas getting ready to go. And let's look at the scores right now. Levi Nogues, currently your leader in sport class with a combined score of 291. Gary Varga back in 5th place with a combined score of 481. So a big spread between 1st and 5th place right now in the first heat of sport class. Here's Gary Varga on the roll.
Like I said earlier, very consistent performer. He usually gets about 200, 250 feet on his takeoff roll. He got off early there, which I was really happy to see, but then he set it back down. So that'll impact
from the second time
yes.
you leave the ground. Here is Matt Dorsum in the Kit Fox 4. He's got that stick full forward, pull back, and he's off short. There we go, somewhere between 125 and 150 feet for Matt Dorsum.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that one. Pretty close to his first takeoff, maybe a little bit longer, but the wind has picked up a little bit, so that crosswind component has increased. It is still very light. I would say less than 6-7 miles an hour or so, but definitely proving to change the game in as much as the distance of these takeoffs.
TJ Johnson in the Kit Fox pulling, and he's off.
Ooh, perfect.
Woo, held it right off of those.
Yeah, that airplane could not have been taken off any shorter. That was absolutely beautiful. Great job.
I think I got the name wrong. We got too many white Kit Foxes. That was Dakota Hudak. This is TJ Johnson.
Here we go.
In 3rd place. Little more horsepower in this one.
Excellent. You'll notice that tail did bounce a few times on the ground. So that crosswind, again, I don't know how many times are we going to say it?
It's a thing. It's a real thing. Levi Nogues. Look at him. I love the Warbird paint scheme. Ready to attack.
Well, the original Storch is a Warbird. It was a liaison aircraft in World War II and after World War II even.
Much longer for Levi Nogues on this one. Previous takeoff 158. Longer on this one. We're going to see the scores pop in.
You know, one thing that should be fun to talk about is a lot of these pilots are actually going to be performing in the Twilight STOL demonstration.
That's
at
right.
Oshkosh this coming week on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday at 7 o'clock p.m. And Ryan and I will be there.
That's right. We're going to be there. We're going to
making it fun for you, just like we are now.
Bringing the action to you at Oshkosh on the ultralight field at dusk. Kind of nothing more peaceful and wonderful than hanging out there.
Levi being one of them. That Storch will be there at Oshkosh. If you want to see it up close and personal and you're at Oshkosh, 7 o'clock, ultralight field. Check it out.
Gary Varga on short final now, coming up to the line really deep into the angle of attack. Good over the line.
Job.
I was not expecting that. He is locking those brakes up.
Gary Varga showing some pretty advanced technique there in Miss America. I don't know that I've ever seen him that high up in the Alpha. That was fantastic. Gary Varga.
Look at the replay here. Look at how deep he is. I mean, tail strike near tail strike attitude there, but he put the nose down.
Beautiful job.
Matt Dorsum coming in hot over the line. A lot of energy to dissipate.
Getting it under control. Good job. Good directional control. Had a lot of extra speed there, but you'll notice there's absolutely no wind right now, it feels like. So that definitely changed his approach. And that's been the story. As we're hearing from the pilots in the pits, they're telling us that they're going from a tailwind situation coming over those trees into a crosswind situation in the flare, which does pose some technical difficulty. But man, the talent that is on display here is impressive to see.
Here comes Dakota Hudak, also hot over the line.
Beautiful job
Giving
there.
it a little bit of throttle to keep the tail effective, I think. Stopping around that 300-foot line.
Yep, and you're seeing the flags showing a tailwind now in the flare. So things definitely transitioning in the air here. Another Kit Fox on the way. This is TJ Johnson in the Model 5. Slightly different than the first two you just now saw. A little bit bigger airplane, a little bit bigger wing. Nice job bringing it over the line, cutting that engine. That's kind of the Hal Stockman signature move, and it's kind of fun to see other pilots adopt that technique.
I mean, every ounce of thrust that you can mitigate helps, I imagine.
Yeah, it does increase the technical difficulty, which is interesting. So I don't know if it helps or hurts, but, man, it's so much fun.
And now Levi Nogues coming in the Storch. Currently your first place leader. That landing quite a bit, or takeoff quite a bit longer for him, but he can always make it up on the landing.
Oh, just looks such like butter. I mean, he still is dropping it in from 3-4 feet, but that the big squat and the big travel on those shock absorbers just really take the pain out of it for that airframe. What a great looking airplane. It's just odd.
I love how weird it is. You love weird planes, too. You used to have a Wilga, right?
I did. I had a Wilga. A lot of people mistake the Storch for the Wilga. Of course, the full-scale Storch is quite a bit bigger. I think this one is scaled down quite a bit because the full-scale Storch has a Ranger engine, a 200-horsepower Ranger, or a similar engine to a Ranger. It's a German derivative or whatever, but very unique in every way. I mean, just look at it.
Yeah, it's made for one thing, which is STOL and visibility, right? You can see all the windows there, and we actually had the honor of getting to see a real, like, World War II serving Storch at the Military Aviation Museum in Virginia Beach earlier this season, and you're absolutely correct, Corey. It is way larger. It's just a hulk of an airplane. I guess more apt to say it's a kite, right? It's like all wing, big thing, and a lot of room to peek around and look down and spot some stuff.
And that's what they did during the war. The Piper Cub was utilized at wartime for liaison and observation, the same kind of thing. We're on a slight delay for safety to allow some aircraft to depart the airfield. We've got some people down there on runway 27, I believe. I did see a Cessna over there holding. So we'll let them get out of there. The airport is open to transient traffic, and so we encourage that. We love to fly. We don't like to close airports. We love to let everybody participate in the action. We don't want to be a burden on anybody. We're not the fun police.
No,
we're the fun makers.
Definitely not me. I am not the fun police.
No, we love it.
Maybe the air bosses are keeping everyone safe up there.
Safety is fun.
Let's talk about where we're sitting right now, Corey. We are sitting in a amazing broadcast trailer.
We are.
We've come a long ways from the early days of National STOL when you and I were doing this under a tent, just a pop-up tent with a laptop and a microphone. Let's talk about USATrailersDirect.com. This trailer that we're in right now, provided by USA Trailers Direct, and it not only houses us, look above us there, so you can see us down waving here, but then above us is all the safety, the air bosses, and then we separately have a camera up there, and then behind the wall next to Corey and I is the entire broadcast team that are pulling together graphics, all the calling of the different shots, all the scoring. That's all happening in this one trailer provided by USA Trailers Direct. You can get the right trailer for your job with USA Trailers Direct. They've got locations in Colorado, Oklahoma, and Georgia. Flexible financing, convenient locations, and knowledgeable staff to help you find the trailer of your dreams. So big thanks to USATrailersDirect.com for providing this. I don't want to brag. We don't really need it today.
It's nice and cool today.
But we do even have air conditioning in here.
We have an AC. So thank you so much. All the sponsors that make this possible, really thank you from the bottom of our hearts. This is our passion. We love it. So we're grateful to be here, and we have such a good time.
While we are waiting for this hold to complete, I also want to thank, and everyone, a big round of applause for these folks, Kylie's Cub Air Flight here in Hartford. Let's give them a round of applause for hosting us here in Hartford at Sodbusters 2024. I've said it a couple times this weekend. This is where I learned to fly. I soloed, like I said before, on this runway. It's a place that's near and dear to my heart. And Steve and everybody at the Ceb Air flight operations, so passionate about aviation. Their motto is old school is still cool, and you learn how to fly in a J3 Cub, and then they graduate you up to a more modern airplane when you take your check ride. But you get all that stick and rudder experience. You get all of that pilotage. You're still using paper charts. I would imagine if Steve stayed the same as when he taught me, you're still learning on a paper chart. You're still drawing a pencil line and looking for it out the window. So big thanks to Kylie's Ceb Air Flight for hosting this, and everyone in Hartford. They've been such amazing hosts and so wonderful to all of us, and welcoming all of the pilots from all over the country that have come in.
Absolutely. Love to see that. Look at that beautiful aerial shot for those watching on the internet. What a beautiful shot. I had the opportunity to fly around Hartford early today, and man, it's such a beautiful countryside that you guys live in here in Wisconsin. I'm from the desert in Utah, and we have red rocks, and we have dramatic beauty. We got national parks and stuff, but it's always fun to come and check out the diverse nature and the topography and the rolling hills of Wisconsin, and you can't forget the cheese.
Yeah, oh yeah, you fly over it and then you get some cheese, get some curds. Here's a little tip for you, Corey, and anyone who's here from, maybe you're stopped here on the way to Oshkosh. In Wisconsin, you can get cheese curds. There's two kinds. You got the deep fried kind, which are delicious. They're very bad for you, but they're delicious. You can also get just the normal curd, which is used to make the cheese deep fried cheese curds. The best place to get them, and this might be a hot take, but the best place to get cheese curds in Wisconsin is go to any gas station.
Really?
And just grab a bag of them, and if they're good, they will squeak when you eat them.
Really? Just against your teeth?
Yeah, as you eat them, you chomp on them, they'll squeak in your mouth. That's a good one. So
okay.
Get yourself a squeaky cheese curd. Go to Quick Trip.
Right from the local himself.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with some squeaky cheese curds in Wisconsin.
That's some guru-level information.
Yeah, deep.
All right, so we've gotten the green flag again. It's time to see. Now, this is the third and final attempt for this first round of competitors here in the sport class. We're going to line Gary Varga up here. He's been very consistent. His first takeoff coming in at 200 feet. His second takeoff a little bit longer at 234 feet because he did settle back down. Let's see if he can improve upon that here in Miss America.
Here goes Gary Varga, getting it up to speed, yanking it back. Tail just touching the grass and leaping off, and then you see he's getting that nose down, staying in ground effect to make sure he gets up to flying speed before climbing up into the sky. Matt Dorsum now currently in fourth place. Really short takeoffs, but longer landings for Matt Dorsum. That's kind of the challenge he's got to face on this next third run.
Very, very lightweight aircraft. So he's having a great time on those takeoffs.
And that may have been the best one yet for Matt Dorsum. Best takeoff previously was 130, and we definitely saw less than that for him there.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 10 feet. He definitely did better than that. That's a great job. He'll be happy with that takeoff. This puts him in a good position if he can get this landing. Look at the flags, Ryan. Right now, we're showing favorable conditions for this round.
Dakota Hudak in the Kit Fox 4 on the roll and off right around 125 feet.
We're so spoiled that we get to see these short takeoffs. You know, we're just casually saying 125 feet like it's not a big deal.
No, yeah, we're desensitized to it, but it is super short. I mean, obviously a different class, but think about my Cessna 172. You know, and if I fly it normally, I'm not taking off on the entire race course, right? I need this whole runway to do a safe takeoff. So short takeoffs right now. Here goes race 58. TJ Johnson
Nice job. TJ will be happy with that one. Just long of 125 feet. See the officials over there debating the actual measurement. And you'll notice a lot of those officials in the orange vests on the line. A lot of those are your pilots from other heats. The other classes getting in on the action. Levi
getting that tail nice and high in the Storch, and he's off. Oh, get that other main off. There we go, Levi.
Finally got it off somewhere in the neighborhood of about 168 feet is my super accurate guesstimation.
That was, yeah, let's see what it comes up on our sheet. That's the last round of takeoffs for the first heat of sport class, and I'm peering out the window here. We're going to see what we've got. Yeah, there's Gary Varga
161,
now.
I was a little off.
You're a little off. So coming into these landings.
He'll like that number better than mine.
Yeah. Levi Nogas in first place, Dakota Hudak second, TJ Johnson in third, Matt Dorsum in fourth, and Gary Varga on screen right now in fifth. Doing a little slip action.
Yeah, he's got a little extra speed there. He's noticing. He's set up for a good one. His takeoff was great. So if he can get a good landing here, he might be able to improve upon his positioning. Gave up a lot there. That slip, you could tell, that's an indicator that he had too much kinetic energy and had to bleed that off with the side of his fuselage.
Doug Jackson in the chat. If you don't recognize that name, one of the founders of National STOL, saying he wished he could be with us. Doug, I wish you were here as well.
Yeah, I hope to see him this week. I hope he's coming up to Oshkosh. Just what a character. Love hanging out with Doug. Beautiful Model 4.
Matt Dorsum.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Bouncing, riding it like a bucking bronco there.
What a ride. Great landing there. So much fun to watch.
Next up, Dakota Hudak, your current second place holder for the sport
Gary
class.
Varga's landing is definitely an improvement on his first two, putting in a 230-foot landing there. His last one at 270. Great improvement. That's showing excellent progression for Gary Varga. And really all these pilots are getting better and better and better. So same for Matt Dorsum, same for Dakota. Let's see if Dakota can improve as well, and he will. That is a good one. Oh, you know, his left brake is not as good as his right brake.
Or maybe his left foot is just a lot stronger than his right one.
Could be. Very well could be.
Corey's like, what are you talking about, man?
No, hey, you know, you never know.
He just
what's
works
going
out
on.
he just only squats on that one leg.
Every human is different.
Here we go. TJ Johnson now low over the grass.
We're seeing some changes in the standings. Look at what happened with Matt here on his landing. Oh, fantastic job here for TJ. Woo!
Yeah, Matt Dorsum, good catch, Corey. That last landing, a huge improvement for him, putting him up into second place.
Absolutely. We may see another change here because that was also very short. He also, now these pilots are getting better and better and better now. TJ's score will improve here. Let's see how it affects the standings once we get it on the board. That's such a great thing to see this happening. Now here's Levi and the Storch. Let's see if he can take advantage of this little headwind like the other pilots. And wow, TJ Johnson leading into first place. And let's see if Levi can take it right back. TJ might have only had first place for 5 seconds.
That was fun to watch, taking first place. I think you're right that Levi may have taken it back, but that landing or that takeoff for him was a little bit longer.
We're about to find out. Wow. I honestly think TJ's probably going to hold on to it because that 123-foot landing was absolutely fantastic. And I don't know that Levi got it quite done there. So he'll likely hold on to that second place position as we head into the second round of the sport class.
And we can see now we're gearing up and we're on board, actually.
Looks like we have a camera on Stan Shimkus inside the yellow Cub. That'll be fun to watch.
And that plane we were talking about out there, Corey, is taking off. I've heard that the plane is called T-Bone.
T-Bone, huh?
Guess this pilot is famous for some showmanship at Rec Law.
Oh, really? Very cool.
Get a little intel from our friends.
Still waiting for an official score for Levi's final run, but I'm pretty confident in my brain bucket calling this one that TJ coming out of nowhere really with a great performance on that third round. So much fun to see the shifting in that final and third round, both Matt and TJ having dramatic improvements in their scores, really making it fun and interesting for us watching the sport class as we recover the first 5 aircraft and bring out another round here at Sodbusters in Hartford, Wisconsin.
So as we move into this next heat, Corey, we're going to move away from the Kit Foxes and into the Carbon Cubs.
This will be fun. I like seeing. Now, these are all very evenly matched with the possible exception of Kirk's aircraft because he's only got 100 horsepower, maybe a little bit lighter, but this is going to be a really, really tight race. I know that Nick is hungry for the podium. He's really got that Cub Crafters SS dialed in. We finally have the score for Levi, and he does retain that second place position, but we still have plenty of competition to come.
So as we head into this second heat, that means TJ Johnson in first place with a combined score of 250. Levi Nogas only 19 feet behind him with 269. Matt Dorsum, 349. Dakota Hudak, 358. And Gary Varga in fifth with 435 feet combined.
Yeah, that is so crazy that these are the combined scores, ladies and gentlemen. You're talking TJ getting it done in only 250 feet. That's both takeoff and landing. That's amazing.
And let's get ready for the next heat. It's the golf heat of today.
You want to call this one? You want to talk with Russ for a little bit?
From Dallas, Texas, in race 68, in a 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, it's Nick Ardillo. So everyone, that's Nick Ardillo in that 2014 Carbon Cub, airline pilot based out of Dallas, Texas. His total flying time exceeding 15,000 hours. Next up, from Irwin, Pennsylvania, in a 2016 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS Race 160, Stan Shimkus. And be sure to watch online. We're on board with Stan. You see the prop blowing some nice cooling wind into the cockpit for him right now. Stan soloed at 16 years old. He's got over 30 years of experience as a tail wheel instructor. Stan Shimkus, everybody. Next up, from Lindenhurst, Illinois, one of our rookies in a 2007 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub Sport Cub, race 248. It's Kirk Miles. Fell in love with flight as a child, flying at age 17, instructed for 4 years before joining a regional airline flying the Jetstream. And now he's flying Gulfstreams for 28 years. So another jet pilot. He's a rookie at National STOL, but certainly not a rookie in the sky. Kirk Miles. Two more aircraft to wrap up this heat. From Linden, Tennessee, in a 2021 Just Aircraft Highlander Super STOL, race 26, it's Christian Griwan. Christian would want me to mention to you in the crowd here at Hartford that that aircraft is for sale. So if you're in the market for a Super STOL, give him a ring. Go to stolitaircraft.com. And rounding out the golf heat from Louisburg, Kansas, in a 2009 Rans S7, race number 98, it's Brandon Rice. Brandon's only been flying for 2 years, purchased a Rans S7 from his good friend, and been putting in time on that ever since. We've watched him fly in practice yesterday and did just an absolutely great job. Giving the other S7s a run for their money. And while they get lined up for competition, Corey has exited the booth, and I am joined by, I hope you don't mind this, sir, we nicknamed you Airplane Santa yesterday.
I've certainly been called worse.
Russell Keith from Airplanes and Coffee is in the booth with me right now. Thanks so much for coming in.
Happy to be here. Glad to join you.
And
man, this has been a great day of flying. Just so much fun. That adventure class, I almost lost my voice.
Yeah, I
watching
did,
those guys fly.
Bit. Yeah, that
it was incredible.
Incredible in the adventure class. I think sport class is going to start to heat up. We've got the Cub Crafters hanging out. I think there goes that T-bone. Yeah, the growl of that twin engine there.
He's a Texas boy. He comes to a lot of our Airplanes and Coffee events. He's out of Lancaster, Texas.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the source right here. So, adventure class was cool. What are you looking forward to today?
So, obviously, I'm looking forward to the Unlimited. The battle between those three guys is going to be insane, and it's going to be so much fun to watch.
An Unlimited class, for folks who are new to this, is where anything kind of goes. As long as it's legal on the airplane, you can do whatever you want. And we saw a heavy battle in practice yesterday, and surprisingly, Dan Reynolds in the Chinook with hundreds less horsepower than the other two planes, first place in practice yesterday. So definitely going to be an exciting one to watch.
The asterisk on that is surprising, but not surprising.
That's true. Here's Nick Ardillo now, giving it the go off short.
Carbon Cub off in a good score. When that airplane got ready to fly, it just took off and flew.
Here comes Stan Shimkus now, giving it the beans. Tail coming up.
Another really good takeoff. Carbon Cubs are putting on a show now.
So 94-foot takeoff for Nick Ardillo. Stan Shimkus maybe close to the 75-foot mark. Here's our rookie who's now in the sport class, Kirk Miles.
Pulled a little early, I believe. Lost a lot of momentum when he did, and I think that cost him a good 30 feet.
Stan Shimkus takeoff, actually 101 according to the judges. Oh, maybe it'll be changing on the sheet here. I'm going to leave that alone. Let's talk at Christian Griwan while he flies here. Neutral elevator, now it's going up. Yanking back, and he's off sub 150 as well.
The question of the day is, did that right tire touch back down? The judges don't seem to think so. They're not that interested in that. Let's see where his score comes in.
Here's Brandon Rice. and just floating it off. Maybe could get a little more aggressive with that
Maybe
pull.
so. Maybe so. That was a really nice takeoff, though.
So that is the first takeoff of your second heat of Sport Class, and as quickly as we've launched them, it's time to recover them now. Here's Nick Ardillo, good over the line, stick fullback in his lap, getting it stopped. Definitely sub 175.
175 for sure. He's got a score in the books, and now he can go for it.
We're going to see some more aggressive flying, I think, from Nick Ardillo. On board now with Stan Shimkus. Coming over the grass. And little burst of power to hold it off. It's going to have to be dissipated by the brakes.
Depending on when and where they have to apply that little burst of power, it can really cause them to go a little bit further down the runway, because it just all of a sudden throws a little bit of energy into that airplane, and sailing it goes.
Here's Kirk Miles over the grass now on the south end of the runway here in Hartford. I do love, I mean, obviously it's no surprise. I've got a special place in my heart for Yellow Cub. Here, right on the line.
That was so close. Lexi calls it a scratch.
Yeah, Lexi says, no go, buddy. Sorry about that.
Couldn't tell from this vantage point. It was really, really close. I figured that was either going to be a perfect landing or a scratch.
Well,
we know now what the answer is.
We got a scratch. Looking at the replay there, and it is a close one, but it definitely
so
touched
close.
down
I believe
on
he
the
just
line.
touched down right on the line. Last year, I believe that would have been good. This year, with the rule change, it's a scratch.
That's right. That is a change based on our rules committee meeting. Pilots decided and voted to make that change. Here's Christian Griwan. Love that whine of that propeller as he comes in, getting it stopped a little bit over 175 feet.
This is a competitive heat we have going here.
Brandon Rice coming in now in the S7. And I'm a sucker for this plane, too, because it's red, and I'm a sucker for red airplanes. Heavy on
nice
the brakes.
landing.
Somewhere around 125, maybe a little bit further, because that right main was a little bit further down the runway for Brandon
Maybe
Rice.
131.
And now we've got Levi Nogas in the pits with the Storch.
Yeehaw and howdy y'all again from Hartford, Wisconsin for the Sodbusters STOL. I just got to do my little 3 takeoffs and landings. Didn't do the best I've ever done, but I didn't do the worst. Didn't leave any parts on the runway, and I had a lot of fun. I got to do something I haven't done ever before, and that was fly the circuit with 3 Kit Foxes. I love Kit Foxes also, but my Storch here did great, performed well. We're going to leave here. I didn't break it, so I can take it to Oshkosh next week. Hope to see y'all there. We got about 12 of us out there going to be doing a STOL demo at Oshkosh Air Show in the evening. So come on out and see us.
That's right. Thank you so much, Levi. Like we mentioned earlier, Levi will be in that STOL demo. Some other pilots from today will be making that journey with Levi up into Oshkosh to do the STOL demo, and Corey and I will be on the mic bringing that to you Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We only stop for the night air show that happens on Wednesday and Saturday. So if you're loving the STOL stuff, make the trip to the world's largest aviation celebration and come join us at the ultralight field for some STOL action. Now, let's take a look at the standings moving into the second run of the second heat of Sport Class. Brandon Rice now in second place with a combined score of 254. Stan Shimkus, third place with 259. Nick Ardillo, fourth place 261, pushing Levi Nogas, we just heard from, down into 269, or his 269, excuse me, down into 5th place. Nick Ardillo, you're right, Russ, had a safe landing, got one in the books on that first run. I think we're going to expect to see a little bit more
aggression
from him, absolutely.
These guys got a good score in the book. They're just going to absolutely go for it and try to nail down that top spot. These Carbon Cubs are amazing airplanes, very capable. I've never flown one, but I'd like to do it sometime. Oh, there you go. Off just over 100 feet.
Nick Ardillo actually took me up in that Carbon Cub last year in Tennessee. And, yeah, you understand why they're popular aircraft after you ride in one. Here is Stan Shimkus. Getting it off real gracefully, maybe a little bit over 150 feet.
Here we go. Tails up. Wheels are up. Right around that 140-foot mark. Let's see what that score comes in at.
Christian Griwan on the line, giving it full throttle in that orange and purple Super Stol. Tail so high, and down. We got it off, but just tickled the grass around 200 feet. We'll see if the judges think he touched back down.
You know, I think we're sitting in a little more elevated position in the crown on the runway. It looks like they're touching down from us, but the judges have got a great view of it.
And look at that for
got
Brandon
off the
Rice.
ground in a hurry. Brandon Rice did a great job with that takeoff.
Just absolutely held it off there. And, wow. Now, here's the thing. Yesterday, during practice, we interviewed Pat McIntyre, who's kind of the favorite right now between him and Joel Milloway in the sport class, although Jared Garrettson brought this new Just Summit. Pat's watching. He's watching what Brandon Rice is doing. There's Nick Ardillo down over the line, getting it stopped right around 160 feet.
Brandon Rice's takeoff was 98 feet.
Shortest so far of sport class was actually Nick Ardillo's first run with 94 feet.
But what that does is put Brandon in a position, if he can nail this landing, he can take over that top spot. He's got the opportunity to do it here.
On board now is Stan Shimkus, which is literally just his concentration face and some grass. Good over the line for Stan Shimkus. You can see him working the flaps, getting rid of them, putting all that weight on the main wheels. And he is stopped right in front of the booth. Thank you for that, Stan. And another Cub coming around the bend, base to final, Kirk Miles. Coming in low over the grass now. All that flight experience adding up.
Nice and slow.
Oh,
I think
this
is going to look good. Right across the line, he puts it down, putting everything, sliding those brakes on in there, just shy of 150 feet. Really nice job.
I love it on the Cub crafters in particular. Everyone's flying with the door open, getting all that wind in their face. The door, the bottom half of the door you can kind of use as a little bit of an airspeed indicator, right? Depending on how the wind's hitting it. And we can also hear the angle of attack indicator in these airplanes just absolutely going nuts as they come in to land. Here's Christian Griwan. Very stable descent and approach.
Drops it in right over the line. On those brakes, right at the 175-foot mark. Not a bad landing for him.
And that leaves Brandon Rice coming down on final approach now, past the Hartford Water Towers for his second landing of today.
Brandon needs to come down just over that line. He needs to be really close in the right speed and the right attitude so that he can get this thing stopped and possibly take over the lead.
Gave up a little bit of footage, maybe a little over 25 feet on that landing. Could have pulled the throttle back maybe a second or two sooner.
Little earlier. May have been carrying a little more energy than he wanted to. But I don't think that's quite going to do it for him. Let's see what the score comes back at.
TJ Johnson holding first place with 250 feet.
146-foot landing for Brandon on that one.
And that's going to push him up into first place.
Look at there. He pulled it off. He did it.
By 6 feet, Brandon Rice now in first place in front of TJ Johnson. So that's pretty incredible to see. So now moving into our third run, your first place standing, Brandon Rice. Second place, TJ Johnson. Third place, Stan Shimkus. And fourth place, still fighting for it, Nick Ardillo.
We still have one more heat to go, and believe me, folks, there is some competitors coming up.
Yeah, so we have Dennis Rowe, who won Appalachian Mountain STOL in Pennsylvania just a few weeks ago. Jerry Garrettson, who's been kind of in all sorts of different classes with a unique aircraft, the Just Summit. Lee Boyd, one to watch in his Carbon Cub. And then the two S7s, Joel and Patrick. Nick Ardillo, full throttle, dropping those flaps.
And he is off in a very good takeoff. Well sub-100, I believe.
Nice deck angle on that departure for Nick Ardillo, but also nice was him getting the nose back down as soon as he could. It's not about taking off super aggressively here. Once you're off the ground,
stay in
you're
the air.
off the ground. Here we go. Stan Shimkus, third place. And he's off.
Another
nice
good
and short,
takeoff
too.
for him. Little over 125 feet, I believe. Trying to figure out where the judges are pointing. They're kind of looking at each other, having a conversation. Let's see where that score comes in.
Kirk Miles, meanwhile, getting ready to go. Currently in sixth place. Yanking those flaps down, getting some lift. And he's off a little bit over 150 feet.
Right at it. Good takeoff for him.
Christian Grewan in the Super STOL, high on those spindly legs. And just gracefully off the ground.
160-ish.
And
right
now,
at 160 feet. Let's see where he comes in.
Currently in first place, Brandon Rice is on the line.
160 foot.
Nice eyes.
He bounced
back down.
He stepped back down. Had a really nice takeoff. I think he lost a little wind. The wind shifted just a little bit. I think it went from more of a crosswind to a tailwind on him, and that airplane came right back down and touched the ground.
Here's Nick Ardillo floating it in. Nice and slow, very stable, exactly what you'd think about a person with his flight experience, former Air Force, currently a captain for a major airline.
The approach looks very solid.
Good
right
over
across
the
the line, get that thing stopped. Just over 150 feet, right at 150 feet. I'm thinking about 152 would be my guess, which would be his best of the day.
Yeah, we'll see if it changes his standing at all. Currently in fourth place. Here's Stan Shimkus now, currently in third place. Getting it down over the grass. getting into that alpha position. Good over the line. Little burst
Yeah,
of
a little
throttle.
burst of powder. Definitely cost him some distance. That was right in that spot where you didn't want to do it. 152 feet for Stan.
And we got the update for Nick Ardillo. He's now moved up into second place with that landing.
Oh, that was Nick Ardillo with 152. 170 for Stan.
And Stan Shimkus in fourth place now, with TJ Johnson pushed down into third. Listen to that stall warning. There we go. Kirk Miles getting it stopped. Nice.
Very good right there around 138, 39 feet.
That's very exciting. I would eat some pizza. Christian Griwan coming in with the dangly legs, the little daddy long legs of Stoll here in the Super Stoll. Tail down. He's got to hold it off, though, and that's a scratch for Christian. And I got to tell you, we're in the booth now. Corey Robin has moved to just watch the landings just outside the broadcast trailer, and his enthusiasm is infectious. He's just cheering every single pilot on, clapping for everybody. You got to know you're passionate about Stoll and aviation when you're someone who can't contain it like that. I love Corey's enthusiasm. Here's Brandon Rice now, currently in first place.
Looking real solid. Drops it in just over the lines. On the brakes hard. Coming up around 130 feet.
130 or so. And that takeoff for him last time was not his best. So I don't know if we'll see any improvement.
130 feet.
For Brandon Rice on his score. Currently, right now, as we head into the third heat, Brandon Rice, first place with 244 feet. Nick Ardillo just 4 feet behind him with 248 feet. TJ Johnson just 2 feet behind him with 250 feet. Stan Shimkus just 9 feet behind him in fourth place. And just 10 feet different between Stam and Levi for fifth in 269. So it is a tight sport class. And we've got some heavier hitters coming in just a second with Dennis Rowe, Jerry Gertson, and whatever that thing he brought is, and the S7s and the Carbon Cub. It is going to be super intense. While we get ready to go for that, we want to thank a couple more sponsors. Thanks to Midwest Turbine, whatever. Midwest Turbine. I'm going to say it both ways. Midwest Turbine, special thanks to them, and also thanks to Midwest Turbine. Whichever one it is, thank you to you guys. They're on the field here. We appreciate their support. Also want to talk about Red Tag Art. Red Tag Art is a new sponsor to the series this year. They feature innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from Red Tag aircraft parts, which are no longer viable for use. We've seen them make bottle openers from valve covers, turbine, see I'm saying it again, turbine coffee tables, and everything in between. Check them out at redtagart.com. Also, don't forget, right behind you in the crowd, folks, National Stoll merch tent. You can get one of these cool shirts. You can get a sweet hat. There's lots of great stuff there to show your Stoll passion and enthusiasm right there, right behind you. So, and last but not least, don't forget to vote. NationalStoll.com/vote. NationalStoll.com/vote for your fan favorite here in the sport class.
Is he coming back? Here's your napkin.
Now it's time for the third heat of Sport Class, and we are getting ready to go. First up, in the airplane, what did we call it yesterday? Spearmint STOL, something like that, from Vandergrift, Pennsylvania, in a 2020 Just Aircraft Highlander, race number 57, it's Dennis Rowe. Experiment STOL is what I heard. Next up, that's Dennis Rowe, everybody. Yamaha Apex powered, Skytrax gearbox, TK1 shocks, 8-inch Tundra tailwheel. The airplane's called Hee-Haw. Next up, in the 2004 Just Summit, race number 603, Jared Garrettson. And Jared is, he's just basically flying whatever he can all season. We've seen him in a blue and silver Badlands Traveler. He flew Warhorse at Appalachian Mountain STOL, and now he's bringing this thing. I got to learn more about this thing, this Just Summit. I heard him talking about it in Pennsylvania. He said it really rips. So take that for whatever it means. We're going to see him fly in just a minute. Jared Garrettson, everybody. Next up, from Appleton, Tennessee, in race 219, a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, it's Lee Boyd.
And let me just say, that is a beautiful airplane.
Yeah, it's very well painted. P51 on the side, so shiny. Lee, we just saw him in Pennsylvania putting on a real show, fighting back and forth with Dennis Rowe for first place. Going to be fun to watch him fly today. Next up, from Blackfoot, Idaho, in a 96 Rans S7, race number 4, Joel Milloway. This airplane's called the Tiger Shark, and I'll let you guess why in the crowd. Actually, you may not be able to guess why. The cowling's off. So if the cowling's off, you can't see the shark teeth on the front, but it looks pretty dope when it is. Everyone give it up for Joel Milloway.
That's a spicy little airplane. That's a competitor right there.
And last but not least, in the sport class from Lincoln, Nebraska, in a 2006 Rans S7, we're on board with him right now in race number 40, Pat McIntyre. Pat's a part-time veterinarian, part-time professional pilot, 2,000 hours of dual instruction given, including aerobatics, upset recovery, and formation flying. He's definitely one to watch. A rookie just a few years ago, now making a splash in National STOL. It's going to be one to watch as well. So headed into this third heat, 244 feet combined, the number to beat to hop into first place, currently held by Brandon Rice. Dennis Rowe will be the first one to fly in that Super STOL, that Highlander. And he's got that Yamaha engine on the front. No cowling, doing that for cooling and drag purposes.
Got Lexi moving up to move him up to the line. We're about to get this heat started.
And after this, folks, after this last heat of sport class, we are hopping into the Unlimited. Here's Dennis Rowe. Stick forward, giving it the beans into the sky, right around that 126 point. We've seen a lot of the pilots in that 120 to 130 place for takeoffs. Jared Garrettson in the summit. Look at that little thing go right around 125 feet. Lee Boyd taxing up to the line right now. In the Carbon Cub.
Tails up. And he's gone.
Short one for Lee
Just
Boyd.
over 100 feet, right at the 100-foot mark. Looks like they're going to mark it right around 102.
Here's Tiger Shark, piloted by Joel Milloway. Wow, you nailed that. 102 feet exactly. Here's Joel Milloway.
Expect good things out of this
Look
one.
at
He's
that,
way
okay.
off the ground early. Look at that. Fighting to stay there in ground effect. Accelerates out. What a takeoff.
Pat McIntyre saw that, knows what he's got to do.
The gauntlet is thrown. 68 feet, ladies and gentlemen. 68 feet. How about that?
Pat McIntyre coming for him. It's going to be longer than 68.
Right around that 124-foot mark. Let's see where it comes in.
Off.
123.
Man, your eyes are on point today, sir. Shields Stutz in social says, good luck to Joel Milloway from Idaho. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, Shields. Folks, don't forget to vote for your favorite pilot, nationalstol.com/vote. Here's Dennis Rowe plopping it in. Get it stopped right around the 150 point.
$151. Not a bad stop. Did you see how that gear just absolutely absorbed all of that energy?
Yeah, we talk a lot about how it's not about passenger comfort here in National STOL. The other thing you're trying to do is get the energy of the aircraft instead of moving forward. You want that energy to go down into the ground, so it's not propelling you forward as much. So the more vertical you can land, the better. Here's Jared Garrettson in the summit. Look at that.
Look
Just
at that.
dropping it in.
Nice stop for him right at 100 feet, 105 maybe.
And I'm noticing that Jared's operating without a tail wheel right now, just doing tail skid style.
107.
That is going to put Jared into first place. This happens to him all the time. No matter what airplane he's flying, he comes in and he just pops into first place.
Joel may have something to say about that. We'll see if Joel needs to put this one together for sure because he had the takeoff to take first place.
Scratch
and
for
we've
Lee
got
Boyd.
a scratch for Boyd.
Tried to save it with the power there, but couldn't quite do it. Folks, before you leave today, once things are wrapped up, go check out Lee's airplane up close. It is literally a work of art.
All right, coming in just to your right, just above the trees, you've got Joel Milloway in that Tiger Shark.
Hovering it in right now.
Just creeping along there at a very slow airspeed, looking absolutely stable. If he can get this across the line, I think he has a real shot at taking first place away. Maybe by a pretty good margin. Let's see what happens.
Whoa. Right
He's
over
across
the
the
line.
line. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that landing. That's amazing. That tail wheel hit on one side of the line and his mains hit on the other, and the mains are what matters.
68-foot takeoff for Joel Milloway. Corey's in the
Hold
booth
your breath,
now, hanging
ladies
up
and
an
gentlemen. 85-foot landing. What an amazing performance.
So now Joel Milloway is in first. Here's Pat McIntyre plopping it in, getting it stopped pretty short as well, short of 100 feet.
Nice job. Oh, Joel's like going up steps, skipping every other one. "99 feet for Patrick."
Everyone's taxing back to the start line. What an upset. Things are shifting around right now. Jared Garrettson, 240. No, sorry.
Joel Milloway.
The sport class score sheet here. There we go. It just updated on the screen. Joel Milloway with a combined score of 153 feet. Pat McIntyre popping up into second, combined score of 222. Jared Garrettson, third place with 240 feet combined, and Brandon Rice just 4 feet off the podium. Bummer for Brandon.
He has one more shot.
244 feet. So 2 more runs now. It's still anyone's race. Dennis Rowe on the line. Thank you, Jeff Wessel, for the shout out on social. Here's Dennis Rowe milking it off right around the one. They're calling it 150. It felt a little bit longer to me. Jared Garrettson's getting aggressive in the summit. Look how close he is. If I'm not mistaken, that's a single-seat aircraft.
It looks like a single seat. I've not looked at it up close.
Jared Garrettson off short. His best takeoff that first round, 133. Here comes Lee Boyd. 3 feet shorter, by the way, for Jared Garrettson. Lee Boyd now on the line in the Carbon Cub. And that left wheel came off real nice. Right one hung out a little bit longer. We're still playing in that 125-foot range for most of the competitors. Joel Milloway currently in first place with 68 feet. 2 more runs to defend that first place. A little bit longer on that one for Joel Milloway.
Still sub 100, down around that 195 mark.
And on board now with Pat McIntyre from Lincoln, Nebraska, cheering for us there, getting a little fist bump action. Notice the flap handle on the left side of the screen there. He's going to grab it. Here he goes. Pulls it back. Pops it right off into the air. And that's a modification that most people do to those Rans S7s. The standard position is on the floor for the flap handle, and they move it up to that more, for lack of a better term, Carbon Cub placement right in front of them.
They want to leave those flaps up as long as they can, because when they put those flaps down, it induces a lot of drag and slows them down. So they can accelerate faster with those flaps up, pop them down, and away they go.
Dennis Rowe. Ooh. Trying to save it. Not enough power to do it. That'll be a scratch for Dennis Rowe. Hang tight for the Unlimited class. Coming up next, after 2 more runs of this class, you've got Steve Henry. You got Dan Reynolds. You got Jason Boussat. You've got 2 super high horsepower aircraft competing against this little butterfly with some tricks up its sleeve, no doubt. But it's going to be the battle of all battles in the Unlimited class coming up after this.
Treetop high coming in from your right.
Jared Garrettson now in the summit. Little burst of power to get him over the line.
Lexi says it's good.
Nice short landing for
108
Jared.
feet-ish. Maybe 109.
I like that classic scheme on that plane, too, that tan, black, and orange.
That's a good-looking airplane.
He's making it work, too. Look at those gear expand on the replay here.
109.
So Jared's super consistent, 133 and 130 for takeoffs, 107 and 109 for landings. Lee Boyd coming in now hoping to recover from that scratch. Good over the
Definitely
line.
across the line, on the brakes hard, sliding into a stop right around that 145-foot mark.
So that'll get him on the board now. But I don't believe we're going to see podium territory from Lee Boyd yet. As Joel Milloway.
143 feet for Lee. I don't think that's going to be enough to do it.
Yeah, that puts him currently in 9th place. Joel Milloway now coming in Tiger Shark over the trees. There's nothing more Wisconsin than an airplane flying past a red barn. Here he comes now on aircraft property. 93-foot takeoff, pairing with what he will hope is a very short landing.
Oh, looking good here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get out of the way, folks. Get out of the way. That's some piloting right there.
That was a little exciting. A little sporty for Joel Milloway there. Pat McIntyre is going to do a go-around since the runway is not clear, and they're going to get Joel Milloway sorted out.
Yes,
Yellow flag on the course as they push Joel Milloway out off the course. Losing directional control there for Joel. Just that's kind of the famed ground loop that tail dragger pilots are always worried about, depending on what's going on with your winds. And if you look at the flags right now, it's light, but it does look like we have a rear quartering tailwind, but only a knot or two. It's very minimal.
It's almost as if he lost that brake, that right brake.
Oh, could
he came right out of the airplane and said, "Nope, we're pushing it."
Yeah, if he got out and said we're pushing it, I would expect that there's a brake issue there. And we'll find out more. We'll send our team out to see what happened there. Pat McIntyre now coming in, base to final. So now Joel Milloway, he's out. He's got to figure out what's going on with his aircraft. Here comes Pat McIntyre dropping it in.
Right in over the line. Very good stop for him.
And while Pat gets reset for the next run, let's go to Brandon Rice in the pits. Just fixing some audio issues there in the pits while the sport class gets reset. Currently, Joel Milloway with that one landing. That'll be good. First place. Pat McIntyre still holding tight with second place, a whole over 50 feet behind him. So he's got a lot of ground to make up. Third place, Jared Gerritsen in the summit.
Well, watching Garrett compete in past performances, I wouldn't count him out at this point. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all unfolds. We got one round left in this sport class.
Here goes Dennis Rowe. Yanking it off.
Kept it off. That was impressive. That was a good takeoff for him.
Jared Gerritsen grabbing literally every inch of the runway that he can use to angle into that crosswind.
So the rules say that he has to stay inside of that last flag so he can angle across to get as much of that wind as he can. And he's off with a pretty decent number. I don't know that that's going to be enough to do it unless he can come back and just nail a landing like no other. $132 feet.
Lee Boyd now in the Carbon Cub. Off into the Wild Blue Yonder. Previous takeoffs 102, 129.
And I think as far as Jared takeoff goes, I think Mother Nature had something to say about it because we had zero wind in our face here in the booth as he went across. And then, of course, Lee takes off, and we get a little puff of wind, so that makes a huge difference on these airplanes' performance.
Pat McIntyre now, hand ready on the flaps. Grab it.
Oh, very nice. Look at that takeoff. Sub 80.
Now we're talking for Pat McIntyre. If he wants to unseat Joel Milloway, he's got to pair that 80-foot takeoff, give or take. We'll see. 79
feet
with an excellent landing. It is possible. Everyone coming around the bend now. Here comes Dennis Rowe for his third landing. Currently in 10th place. And a scratch for Dennis Rowe. So 2 scratches for Dennis Rowe, which is a bummer because that one I think would have been a really competitive landing for him. But just fighting that scratch monster there for Dennis Rowe. Jerry Garrettson in the summit now, coming around. I know what airplane I want to go climb around afterwards. I got to talk to Jared about this thing.
Absolutely.
And if I know Jared, this plane's probably for sale. Feels like he's always got something for sale. It's probably this one. Here he is, low over the grass, tail wheel touching.
Oh, and the wind falls out, and down he comes well short of the line.
Healthy scratch for Jerry Garrettson on that, but he's still holding on to third place. Lee Boyd currently in 9th place.
It feel that wind now that wasn't there when Jared came across that line on his wheels. The wind has been the story most of the day. Coming in, Lexi's like, it's a scratch. She wasn't sure. It was pretty close. Looking at the replay. That was really close. But I believe Lexi called that one correctly. I think he just right on the line.
Yeah, they're confirming that.
Race control still rerunning, taking a look at it a second time. It's really, really close.
Ooh, Pat, look at that for Pat.
Oh, there he is.
75 feet. He's in for it.
He's right there at the 55-foot mark. How in the world did he pull that one off?
Look at that. Round of applause for Pat McIntyre on that one.
He says, I'm just going to stop right here, ladies and gentlemen. Give that mile, I don't even know what to say. Give him a hand. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a show. 54 feet. Unbelievable.
That's
unbelievable
numbers there for Pat McIntyre. We are going to get everyone organized for our results ceremony. What an exciting last heat.
Out at the last moment. Says, I have to have 79 feet. That's not enough. I've got to do something. I got to pull off a miracle. And what's he do? He comes and lands at 54 feet and just knocks it out of the park. Grand slam, Tom.
On the replay. Got
unbelievable.
The tail down before the line, plopped it on exactly right. That was Pat McIntyre coming to show why he is a force to be reckoned with. Folks, that wraps up the sport class. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more unlimited action. It's going to be super aggressive. But first, the awards for sport, and a word from our sponsors.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
And we are back. here at Sodbusters 2024. We just wrapped up the sport class, and woo! That was the thing. That was incredible. But everyone, let's give a round of applause for these sport competitors here. Come on, no, don't be strangers. Don't be afraid. Come on, get in here. Great flying in the sport class here in Hartford, Wisconsin. Now, we had 3 heats. That's a lot of people flying a lot of planes. You guys know how it ended up? Some of you do, some of you don't. There's some smug looks on some of these faces here. Let's go. You can see all the scores online, nationalstol.com. We're going to do the top 3 right now. With a combined score of 239 feet, Jared Garrettson. And I don't know what that airplane is, but I'm going to ask him about it later. With a combined score of 153 feet, Joel Milloway. And Joel, actually, we got to ask you, things got a little sporty for a second there. Do you want to tell us how that run went?
I got on the brakes real hard, and the right brake, all the bolts holding the brake disc on sheared off completely. Every single one of them. Had no control whatsoever.
So then you're directionally moving. You got to drop the mags off.
First thing I thought was kill the mags.
There you go. Well, sometimes things break, but still into second place. Everyone give it up for Joel on the second place landing there. And in first place, with where did that come from in terms of a landing? A combined score of 133 feet. Pat McIntyre. Pat, talk to us about that last run, that last landing.
Well, I knew Joel had a really short run, and so I went for it on the takeoff, and it felt pretty short. So I knew I had to either scratch or hang it on that one, and I got lucky.
No, you got skill, right? Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great class. Humbled to get to fly with all of you.
Awesome. Everyone get up there. One heck of a performance in sport class. And now look out, here it goes. They're not getting each other at all. They're so polite. They're so polite in sport class. All right, everybody. We have one more amazing class to go. We're going to go to the unlimited class. We're going to see Steve Henry, Jason Boussat, Dan Reynolds, all fighting together. More after this.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, whoa, this is gonna be close.
I have beat him, but not often. I gotta be really on my game and he's gotta be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that, and a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional STOL, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be pretty competitive at both National STOL and STOL Drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rans off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kadiva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house. I've flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going.
Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No!
You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It was so fun. I got to fly the Unlimited. You can't beat it.
And we are back in the booth here at Sodbusters 2024, ready for the Unlimited class. Big thanks to Russ Keith from Airplanes and Coffee for joining me for the sport class. And guess who's back with me? It's Corey Robin.
It's good to be back, and we are about to be thrilled, and we're going to find out who the Thrustmaster General of Sodbusters is this year, because we have three of the most intense competitors to ever lay a hand on a control stick in Jason Boussat, Steve Henry, and of course, the venerable Dan Reynolds, who actually won the day yesterday in the practice round, and everybody having a complete challenge with the conditions yesterday, and I'm excited to see what we're about to see next.
Let's get that lineup for your Unlimited class. Check it out. Up first, from Lacombe, Canada, race number 12, 2022 Rans S20, it's Jason Boussat.
Jason Boussat's aircraft is lovingly nicknamed Full Send because that's all he knows how to do. From Canada, Jason Boussat.
He'll be followed in race 44 from Nampa, Idaho, a 2022 Just Aircraft Wild West Aircraft Highlander XL. It's the legend, Steve Henry.
He's known as the godfather of winning STOL competitions, everything from STOL to STOL Drag. He's been up to Valdez, Alaska. He is probably the most fierce competitor on the circuit, and he's got something to prove here today. In the yellow, race number 44, the venerable Steve Henry.
Here comes Steve Henry, folks. Give him a round of applause now that he's in front of you. Rocking the, I don't even know how many propellers are on this thing, how many blades are on the propeller. He was experimenting with 5 and 4, ran 4 in practice yesterday. Going to be fun to watch. Everyone give it up for Steve Henry.
Amazing. He loves flying so much, he always names his airplanes Yeehaw.
And continuing the assault from the north, the frigid Canadian advance from Dawson, Canada, in a 1983 Chinook Valdez Special, race number 9. It's Dan Reynolds.
Just about as unique as in character as his aircraft. He is no stranger to bush flying. You can find him all the way up north in the Yukon tearing it up. Dan Reynolds in the Chinook.
And as they get ready to compete for you, one final reminder, nationalstol.com/vote.
Who's your favorite pilot?
.com/vote to put your favorite pilot in. I don't know if I'm allowed to have a favorite pilot.
I definitely have favorites. These are all my friends. They're all my favorite. I was trying to take a break and let Russell take the mic for a little while, and I think I lost my voice even more standing outside the trailer because that was such an exciting sport class. Can you believe
incredible.
the turn of events we've had? Absolutely incredible. And we are about to see the bleeding edge of technology meeting aviation here in Jason Boussat, Steve Henry, and Dan Reynolds. You've got lightweight, you've got horsepower, you've got noise, everything you want in a motorsports event. Here we go. So exciting.
And if we talk about it, right, we've got 2 aircraft with over 300 horsepower that are within the actually within spitting distance of each other in terms of empty weight. Jason Boussat, 830 pounds empty. Steve Henry, 820 pounds empty. At least that's what he told us. But then you've got Dan Reynolds with a Rotax 670, which is, I think we figured out yesterday, about 120 horsepower.
Absolutely.
And he's got an empty weight of 540 pounds. So a plane that's significantly lighter, but with significantly less horsepower, up against these two kind of – they're not similar because you can't really compare airplanes in the unlimited class. Everyone's tweaking things however they want. But two more classically designed bush planes against this, like, pusher, Chinook kind of, like, weird backcountry thing.
Right. And you know what's interesting is yesterday what we saw with these conditions is the Highlander and the Rans aircraft had the slight edge in the takeoff because of that horsepower, but because of the slow, gentle approach that Dan is able to achieve in the Chinook, he had the edge in the landings. And so I'm really excited to see because today's conditions are almost matched equally to what yesterday was,
right,
which makes it a very, very exciting competition in the Unlimiteds. So let's talk a little bit about Jason Boussat's aircraft. This thing is purpose-built for what he loves to do. Now, obviously, it's the competitions, but he's a hunter. You can find him on Instagram. His Instagram handle is STOL Hunter. He can often be found going out into the wild there in the white north in the Yukon, bagging some meat and putting it in the back of that airplane and bringing it home. So that's his heavy lift aircraft. And he likes to shoehorn that thing into the most wild locations on Earth. Absolutely stunning. You have to follow him. But he's about to put on an absolute show for you today. And then there's Steve Henry, the racer, the competitor, steely-eyed veteran. He's no stranger to the pressure of competition. And he has been refining this aircraft now. I think it's 2 years now that he's been competing with this particular airframe. And he's got that thing dialed in. But he doesn't stop pushing. That's the thing about Steve Henry. Never stop. He is on team never quit. Then you got Dan Reynolds that just comes in and swoops down and takes the stage from everybody with 120 horsepower. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to it, Ryan.
When we had practice yesterday, everyone in the Unlimited scratched at least once. Steve Henry scratching twice, Jason Boussat scratching twice, and that left an opening for Dan Reynolds to come in and get first in practice. So anyone's match.
And we're about to work it out right now. The energy is building, and I'm really excited. Lexi Duncan, our chief line official, has brought Jason Boussat to the line. Let's listen to Full Send.
And he's
off. That was absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see what the number is. From my vantage point, maybe 50, 60 feet.
Yeah, I mean, short.
Very, very short.
Very short.
And I might be overestimating because I can't tell.
We'll see that number come in just a second. This airplane, Yeehaw, I think maybe Yeehaw 7 or 6 was the one I saw take off in 6 feet. Wow.
Oh, what just happened? That was a lot of throttle. That was a lot of power. And Steve Henry is making his way around the pattern.
32 feet for Steve Henry, putting the pressure on this man, Dan Reynolds in the Chinook. We're going from 300 and probably close to 400 horsepower, being candid with Steve Henry's aircraft. Nice. Look at that. Flying it right off the ground. Now, let's talk about this. A little bit longer takeoff roll for the Chinook, but now we've got to contend with the second half of the technical difficulty. This is where the conditions come into play, giving that man, Dan Reynolds, the competitive advantage on the landings. I'm excited to see what these competitors are able to do. We've got a 60-foot takeoff, a 32-foot takeoff, and a 65-foot takeoff, all very close.
Yeah, and really, for Dan Reynolds, his secret superpower is the landing.
It really is. It's almost magical. I think Peter Pan flies around his airplane and sprinkles pixie dust on it to make it hover in the sky so slowly. But here comes Jason Boussat. Now, you'll watch as he brings full send, that Camel beast, in for a landing. He's going to have such a ridiculously high angle of attack that if you haven't seen this before, prepare yourself.
He's going to full send it.
It's very dramatic.
He's still actually pretty far away. Angela Douglas, one of our hosts at Pinedale, saying, "Wowzers!"
Right?
in the chat.
Absolutely. A little bit of a tailwind now on the landing, looking at the flag. So this is going to really prove to be a challenge for all these guys. Look at this.
Oh, and a scratch for Boussat. You could hear him modulating that power, trying to keep the airplane in the air, but no dice.
Yeah, Jason Boussat had his work cut out for him on there. Now we're going to watch high into to your right, Steve Henry. He's got similar conditions. We're seeing this crosswind turn into a tailwind just in time for Unlimiteds, really increasing the complexity factor. Now, Steve Henry, he likes to come in nice and low. He wants to get settled into that surface wind and get comfortable with it way far out. This is a little bit more risky of an approach because if you run into a little bit of a gust, you might lose that wind.
Holding it off. Good over the line for Steve Henry.
Good landing for Steve.
Tires just absolutely locked up. Those are ATV tires that he's put on.
Unbelievable landing there from Steve Henry. And I think that's probably about where Jason Boussat would have ended up as well if he hadn't scratched. Now, like we've been talking about, the Chinook. This thing is it's a very unique aircraft. Now watch as he gets this airplane ridiculously slow.
Steve Henry on the board with a combined score of 134 feet. 32-foot takeoff and 102-foot landing. Dan Reynolds. Lawn darting it in. Look at that. Sub 75 feet, maybe closer to 50.
That is boding well for Dan Reynolds, and that's exactly what we expected. Really, really short for Dan Reynolds. That will make up some distance. Will it be enough? And it is. Dan Reynolds currently holding the first place position with a combined score of 124 feet, only 10 feet separating him and Steve Henry.
So we've got 2 more runs for Steve to respond to that. And Jason Boussat needs to get on the board with that first scratch.
Yeah, Jason's got to be feeling that pressure here. Oh, the officials were just getting a heartbreaking news that Dan Reynolds actually came out with they're calling a scratch on that one. So Steve Henry in the lead.
The only one on the board now, Steve Henry. I would love to see the replay of that for Dan Reynolds. That was, it just occurred to me that it had to be good. Here we go. Jason Boussat throttling up.
Wow.
Somewhere around 101 on the takeoff.
I think Jason got a little bit ahead of himself on that one. You're noticing that he pulled almost immediately. I think that he cost himself probably close to 50 feet on that early pull there. He's going to have to get a hold of his nerves if he's going to be competitive in the unlimited class.
Steve Henry. Whoa, more gusto that time for Steve Henry.
Goosebumps on my arms from that takeoff. Steve Henry just absolutely builds the most crazy airplanes at Wild West Aircraft. There's a screenshot on the internet, and yep, sure enough, the officials in the booth calling it right. Dan Reynolds did scratch. Nice takeoff for Dan.
Nice and short for Dan. Literally a scratch, like he hit the line exactly on the line. Needs to be just a little bit further beyond it for Dan Reynolds. Thank you to our friends in the broadcast booth for showing that, pulling that, so we can verify it with the audience. And, yeah, going into the second run, Steve Henry, the only one on the board. He had a 39 – sorry, these numbers are just like a little jaw-dropping. A 39-foot takeoff.
With a tailwind, probably.
With a tailwind a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, quartering tailwind, probably 5-6 knots, which is crazy. We saw all the landings increase. So Jason Bussat coming in at 102 feet, Dan Reynolds at 92 feet. Lots to make up to compete with Steve Henry's 39-foot takeoff. But that's where these aircraft really compete with each other. Let's see if Jason Bussat can get himself a score on the board with his second attempt here. Pay attention to the horizontal surface on the back of the airplane and also listen to the sound of the engine, and that'll give you a good indication as to how hard he is working in that aircraft to get this thing on the ground short. Looks like he's setting up for a drop-in, maybe a go-around.
Yeah, setting up for a go-around there.
I thought, it sounded like maybe his engine burbled a little bit. Maybe he felt like he couldn't, come up on the throttle like he could, and that's okay. Yep, and go-arounds are okay, Ryan. What's the rule on the go-arounds?
Well, a go-around doesn't count against you unless it's clear that you are about to scratch.
Right.
And if you're clearly about to scratch, they'll talk to you about it. Here's Steve Henry now.
He's got a good approach here. That beautiful
over the line.
His airplane can take those kind of big drop-ins, dropping it in at about 6 feet off the ground. That was nice and short. Coming in close to 100 feet, 106 feet for his landing. Very consistent. His first one coming in at 102 feet.
So the first run for Steve Henry, still the best one. Dan Reynolds now coming in over the farmland.
And he's got a lot to make up here with that 92-foot takeoff roll. He's really going to need to put in an impressive landing here. Sub 50 feet.
Good over the line for Dan Reynolds. He's got to get it stopped.
Boy, you have to imagine the nerves are getting to these competitors. Him and Jason Bussat getting a little wild there on the rollout.
He's still smiling, though.
Yeah, you could see in the cockpit there as he was taxiing, getting that aircraft under control, just shaking his head. Dan Reynolds is very disappointed in his second landing. But here comes Jason Bussat.
Good over the line for Jason Bussat, getting those tires just absolutely locked up.
Nice job. Jason just wanted to get on the board on that one. I think he was flying that one a little conservatively, which is what you want to do to get on the board. So now he's got a score. He's at least on the podium because you can't podium if you don't get a score.
And I just want to put this in perspective when we talked about the sport class. Right now, none of the unlimited class competitors have put in a landing shorter than Pat McIntyre's landing in the sport class.
Unbelievable, Ryan. That is such a testament to how amazing that last landing was for Patrick McIntyre. I dang near lost my voice. I'm so happy for him, coming from out of nowhere virtually. Here's Jason Bussat in full send. Nice. Coming in probably about 85 feet or so, I would say. Just in between his first two takeoffs.
Here's Steve Henry now, 32-foot takeoff, followed by a 39-foot takeoff.
Winds look like they're very calm right now, which is good for Steve. This will do well for his number. Yep. Unbelievable, the power.
I don't know how to. I see this at least once a month, and I never know how to process it. I never know how to process what I'm seeing, the way that airplane takes off into the sky. And then, frankly, the same with Dan Reynolds.
It's absolutely amazing, such different aircraft. And here's Dan powering up in the Chinook, tail high. Well, nice job for Dan. He shaved off a little bit of distance from his second takeoff. Not quite as good as his first, so he's got his work cut out for him. Again, such a tightly contested. Now this is it. This is the final opportunity to get it done. Now wait a minute. He must have rubbed his wheel on the ground because they're putting a score down of about 100 feet for Dan.
Yeah, a little bit longer there for Dan. So as we look at the scores going into this last run of the Unlimited class, 90-foot takeoff for Jason Bussat, like you mentioned, that's in the middle. 33-foot takeoff for Steve Henry, also weirdly in the middle. And then Dan Reynolds, with judges calling it a 100-foot takeoff. It's going to be hard for Dan to make up that. He's got to beat 134 feet.
So he's got to get it stopped in 33 feet.
Right. And I've seen Dan land in less distance than his airplane is long. But yeah, Steve could defend against that.
Okay, here's Jason Bussat pushing a little bit harder than his last one. He's just got to get it over that line. Looks like a good
over
one.
The line. Heavy on the brakes for Jason, just riding it.
Nice job for Jason Bussat. Just really contending with these challenging, swirling winds here in Wisconsin.
Let's go to the replay here. Watching him ballooning up, and oh, that is close to the line.
That was. Here's
frame by frame. Race control is going to check it.
Steve Henry now on his final attempt to put down even tighter scores.
Locking him up, digging into the grass.
Yeah, just over 100 feet. Good job from Steve Henry. Put 3 solid scores on the board. Very consistent flying. An excellent demonstration of expert skills.
What an incredible show. Dan Reynolds now, like I mentioned, I've seen him land it shorter than the airplane is long. Can he do that? Because if he does that, he will grab first. That's a lot. That's a lot to ask for in these winds,
It
though.
all comes down to this. Let's see.
Oh, he's got it short, though. It's so short.
Nice job from Dan Reynolds. I don't think that'll get it done, but that was fantastic. What a crazy Unlimited class. I can't believe we're done already. That was amazing.
That was hard and heavy here at Sodbusters 2024. That's your Unlimited class here in Hartford, Wisconsin. And wow, heartbreak for Dan Reynolds, that first scratch.
Unbelievable, Ryan. So good. I think the judges were maybe a little bit gentle with Jason Bussat's, and it looks like they weren't. They scratched his third round, so his second score of 102 and 104 coming in at just over 200 feet will be his combined score.
Yeah, you see there Bussat's scratch touching that line as well. So heartbreak for him, 2-3.
That just goes to show how hard these guys are pushing in the Unlimited class. Absolutely fantastic flying here at Sodbusters.
We will be back in just a minute to settle up where we ended up in the Unlimited class here at Sodbusters. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardian's over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, your 2 audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CEO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that you actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
And we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin, Sodbusters 2024. Man, what an amazing unlimited class that was. We got to get right into it. We had amazing takeoffs, amazing landings, and scratches, heartbreaking scratches. Let's talk about it right now. With a combined score of 206 feet, in 3rd place, Jason Boussat. With a combined score of 179 feet, Dan Reynolds. You did scratch once. He's like, did I scratch? You did. I'm sorry. The first one. I know. The wind, the line, they give and they take. With a combined score of 134 feet, Steve Henry. Steve, you guys were saying just before we started that it was a little sporty out there today.
Yeah, it was a little sporty. It was, it was on the tail quite a little bit there. With the crosswind coming from that side, I was having a terrible time trying to see the line. I can't believe I won. I felt like, I told Sarah, I says, this wasn't even fun. This was just frustrating. Never know I won. So
there you go.
I'm very surprised.
Well, you've got a lot of strong competition. Get on up there, Steve. Those platforms are super sticky by now, right, by the way. Let's hear it for our unlimited class here at Sodbusters.
All right, put the trophy straight down.
And it's time to celebrate. Look out, I heard Dan's. Oh, they're not. They're coming over here. Oh, look out. What an amazing day it has been here at Sodbusters 2024. Make sure you check Corey and I out at the STOL demo up at Oshkosh all week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Thank you so much for all the volunteers that have made this possible. Thank you so much for Hartford for hosting us. Thanks to Corey Robin and Russ Keith hopping on the mic with me. We can't wait to see you in Pinedale, Wyoming, August 16th and 17th next month for more STOL action. I'm Ryan Dombrowski. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much.